May 11th, Ways and Means meeting. This meeting is being recorded by the Ways and Means Committee. If any other persons present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time, whether you're recording here in person or online. No recording. Okay. I'm going to do a roll call of members. Member Bottomley.
Here.
Member Stevenson Alves.
Here.
Member Webb.
Here.
Oh my God, Patty, I can't remember your last name and I don't have the list. Williams.
I'm here.
Patty, are you here? Member Williams.
I feel like I'm here.
I'm not here, so. We have no approval of minutes at this time. If you are here for public comment, if you are online, you can put your name in the chat, your name and location, please. And I'm going to use this one. I don't have a green bag tonight. There's usually a bag here that has everything I need in it, and I don't have it. So a little, but if you are here for public comment, you can sign up right here. Give me my good pen. And I'll just give people a minute to sign up.
You're ready. Fancy pen.
And just for folks know, any citizen has 3 minutes to speak in public comment tonight. And I'm gonna just say this at every Ways and Means meeting until our budget is passed. I'm gonna ask for decorum and Robert's rules to be followed. I'm gonna ask that there's no disrespectful interactions, name calling. If they're swearing on the floor, I will actually pause this meeting until decorum can be continued, and then we'll start again. So I'm just going to ask for everybody to be respectful. I know there's a lot of feelings about budget at times. We've all been great this year, so I keep it up tonight. Okay, so would you mind reading the first name in the chat box? Could you just read it? Molly Merritt.
Are we starting public comment now?
We are starting public comment.
Okay, great. Hi, Molly Merritt. I live in Precinct 7 in Greenfield. I am here just as a Greenfield resident and a parent, just weighing in on the FY27 budget. I feel really disappointed that the schools are again pretty severely underfunded. From my understanding, they're not even level service funded to what they would be to continue the same service from last year. And I'm also really upset about the rec room, middle school rec room position being cut. I understand that we're here to talk about the public safety operating budget. Looking at the Greenfield Police Department budget, to be honest, it just looks really inflated. And some folks have been looking at it and trying to add the numbers up, and a lot of the numbers really don't add up. There's not a lot of transparency. It's not really clear what certain items are for. $40,000 for clothing, $30,000 for trainings and meetings. As a resident of Greenfield, I want money going to our schools. I want money going to our kids. Providing activities, extracurriculars, good programs in the schools for our kids is preventative public safety. It will keep folks doing positive things, having positive things to do. And I think we know that Greenfield actually has a pretty low crime rate. So I don't understand why our police department is so overfunded and our schools are so underfunded. As I said, I'm a Greenfield parent. I really would like to send my kid to GPS. Um, I know a lot of parents who choose to choice their kids out of the district, and we lose so much money because of that. And I'd really like to keep my kid in Greenfield, but if I watch the schools getting underfunded year after year, that's a really tough choice to make. So I really hope we can reverse this trend, invest in the schools, stop giving the police everything they ask for without even understanding what they're asking for. Um, I hear parents saying this year after year, so please listen to us. Our kids are the future of Greenfield. Please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to in person. If there is anyone on. It's just you. Welcome. If anybody changes their mind, you can put your name, you can sign up right here for public comment and just say your name and where you live.
Yeah, of course. Hello, everybody in person and online. My name is EJ Baker. I live in precinct 6. Hi, Patty. You're my counselor. I also would like to kind of echo some of the points that Molly made in her comment. Primarily, I am here at this meeting to kind of get more information and context into the public safety budget, as that's what we'll be discussing tonight. But I want to kind of reiterate some of the points of where we're sort of investing how our investment as a city reflects our priorities and values as a community, and thinking about which departments and which areas of our city are sort of asked to make do with less and tighten belts year after year, and which departments seem to be able to sort of like continue as normal without being asked to make sacrifices. I understand it's a very complex and nuanced topic, and I have, with several others, have been spending the past week or so since the mayor's budget was released, and I want to thank the mayor for all the work she put into that. Really kind of digging in, trying to digest that document and find some clarity about sort of where our money is going and what the biggest cost drivers are. And I just have some questions about sort of why certain decisions were made, why certain things have been prioritized for others. I know there's been lots of conversation around the rec room position. Molly made the point that funding schools and after-school activities is a public safety investment. I know, if you have a bunch of sort of bored middle schoolers after school, would you rather have them in a place supervised, putting their energy to a positive direction, or would you rather have them kind of wandering around, perhaps causing, minor problems that the police may have to get involved in when otherwise they may not need to? So I would just like to kind of holistically say that our city budget should be a moral document that sort of reflects our values as a city, and I would like us to sort of think about, if we have this one pot of money, where are the investments that are going to have the most significant impact into the well-being of the people of Greenfield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who wants to give public comment? Now's your time. Okay.
I can be really quick. Yeah. My name is Michelle Samuels. I'm also in Patty's part of Greenfield. I just want to really quickly echo what a lot of other folks have said, that where we are investing really shows what our priorities are as a city. I was actually really struck on my way here. I, on Federal Street, passed 2 ambulances and 4 police officers responding to a man sitting on a bench who they were all talking to. I don't know what they were responding to in that instance, but that felt like one of many times that I've sort of seen very large responses to folks existing in public in Greenfield, maybe being a disturbance, maybe not, I don't know. But it does seem like we put a tremendous amount of money into policing in Greenfield. And then we seem to have a lot of officers with not a lot to do. whereas we know that the schools are underfunded, we know they continue to be underfunded. We are now talking about cutting a rec room position, which I believe the salary of the person who would be doing that job is about a third of one police vehicle, of which I believe it's 3 every year. So I just want to reiterate what a lot of other folks have said, that we are really giving a sense that what we prioritize here in Greenfield is a lot of policing, and a lot of asking the schools to continue to tighten their belts. Thanks.
Thank you.
In person who would like to give public comment, you can just say your name and where you live.
I'm Ani. I live at 23 Linden Ave. I feel a little underprepared, so I apologize for that. But I just want to say, like, thank you all so much for what you're already doing. I know that this is probably very hard and like there's a lot of completing priorities, and just really want to echo, I think I am a person who's trying to make a decision about whether to become a parent, and I really love living in Greenfield, and I really, really want to do it here. And I'm public school educated. My mom was a public school teacher. I really want to be able to become a parent in Greenfield. And that is what I'm here. I'm here with that hope to be here with everyone, trying to co-create the Greenfield that we all want to live in. And I think we've heard from a lot of people that, like, we have this vision of what we want Greenfield to be, and we have an opportunity to put the money where it needs to go so that people can do the things they need to do. I know because I was raised by a public school educator, that they are doing absolutely everything they can with the little that they have. This is just how it is a lot of the time with public education. But to the extent that we can change that here, even in a small way, and put a little more scrutiny, I think I was reading something recently that was like, to criticize something is to love it. Like, to really be critical and look critically at this document, I think it means that people here love Greenfield. And I just want us to show that love in the form of, public safety that looks different, right? We have lots of different models, and just, want to voice that and appreciate you all for what you're doing. And let's make this different. Thanks.
Anyone else in person for public comment? You just say your name and where you live.
Yeah, my name is Kyle Ziegel. I'm in precinct 8. I live on Devon Street. Echoing what you just said, also underprepared, but I really just want to express what everybody so far else has been expressing, that it's really frustrating to see in Greenfield, a city where there is a lot of underfunded qualities of our city, to see a police budget that is lacking a lot of transparency, and, at least in my personal anecdotal experience, see a lot of the policing in Greenfield just not really seem like it makes much sense to me. Seem like we have more positions than need be. I don't have the accurate facts to express here, but recently learning more about, like, police officers who get these really robust stipends for having emotional support dogs, things like that, where I'm like, why are we spending tens of thousands of dollars on things like this that feel quite niche, when we could be investing this in our public school system? And likewise to what the last person said, I grew up with a...
That's not for you. Sorry, I didn't restart it. Sorry to break your train of thought.
No, that's good. Honestly, it's probably a good reset for me. Yeah, I grew up, my mom was a single mother and a public school teacher. So I take this really personally, in the district that she worked in, where there was just a lot of a similar situation happening. She worked in a very conservative district, Middleton, Massachusetts, where a lot of people are very, very adamantly supportive of pretty brutal policing policies out there. And I just really don't want to see that happen out here. Middleton is this really conservative and, quite frankly, really aggressive in the way that they express their politics bubble on the North Shore. And it seems really confusing to me when I'm out in Western Massachusetts, where people are taking care of each other, quite frankly, a lot better out here, to see trends like that starting to happen here. So I'll just leave it there. I really just want to see less investment in policing and more investment in our schools.
Anybody else in person who would like to give public comment? Okay, we're gonna move to online. If there's anyone else, could you just read the next name?
Emma Daly.
Emma Daly.
Hi, I'm Emma Daly in Precinct 5 in Greenfield. Going to echo a lot of things that have been said, but I'm concerned about the much larger increase percentage-wise to the police department in this proposed budget than to the schools, especially when this level of increase for schools is not even going to maintain existing service levels. And knowing that so many families are using school choice to move to other schools and that loses Greenfield money. And so we're in this perpetual cycle of the schools not being funded well enough. And so families not wanting to send kids there. And so they leave. And then we end up with less money in our schools because we have fewer students. And then even fewer families want to be here because the schools aren't funded well enough. And we have to interrupt that in a big way if we want families to be choosing to stay in Greenfield for their schooling. Like one of the other people who gave comment, I also really, really love living in Greenfield and I want to be a parent and I want to feel good about having kids here. I want this to be a community that feels like it prioritizes kids and prioritizes kids in a way that not only keeps them safe and meets their educational needs, but takes a really long-term view at education as preventative public safety, as education as crucial, and I think public education in particular is crucial for a functioning democracy. And if we don't have citizens who are well educated, then we're just making ourselves more and more vulnerable to strong top-down power structures that don't have the kind of engagement that I think we really value in Greenfield and in Western Massachusetts. So I am here to also encourage relooking at this and moving more money over to the schools and to insist that if the police are going to get the levels of money that they want, that the requests in the budget have the same level of transparency that any other city department has, and that we're really able to see what that money is going to and see whether that's worth putting tax dollars toward, or if that's something that we want them to have a bake sale for. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go to the next person online.
John McDonough.
Hi, John McDonough, I'm in precinct 4. Well, I'm all over the place. I've listened to some great comments here. My initial thing was going to be on the after school, the rec department. We are cutting one position. That's not one position. That is 25% of their staff. 25%. Take 25% of the school, 25% of the police, 25% of the fire. That's a huge amount. That's a huge amount for the rec department. That's not one position, it's 25%. The person that does the rec after school program, my son does go there because he needs someplace to go after school when we're not home. We don't get home until after 4, and I get home closer to 5. They've done educational things down there. The kids love it down there. I go down there and pick up my son afternoons if my wife doesn't, and they love it down there. They've learned stuff down there. They also have some of the other comments. They're not wandering the streets after school at 210. I've looked at some of the other budget things, and I know this is a hot topic, and it was a controversy when it was built, but the library, I didn't realize they have 12 full-time employees down there. Do we need 12 full-time employees? I'm not going after anybody else's budget, but I would rather have somebody sitting at the library waiting for a clerk than have my house on fire or need a medical service from the fire department because they've been cut 1%. I've heard comments about, I've got a police background for over 30 years. I know what uniforms and training cost. It's not cheap. Some of these are contractual items. I don't know. But I also look at the receipts for the town. And this is very important. The marijuana revenue. In fiscal year 25, there was 791,000, almost $500. There's nothing listed for 26. There's nothing listed for 27. 27, I understand. We don't know what that's going to be because that's all going on sales, what they sell and what their contribution to the town is going to be. 26, we should know 3/4 of a year how much is in there. So in 27, do we have almost $800,000 in free cash? We need to fund the after-school program. The after-school program, that coordinator does other things than just babysit kids in the afternoon for 3 hours. He works in the office during the day. The town likes to brag about things that they're doing throughout the county. They do the winter carnival. They do the 4th of July weekend events. They do the triathlon. They run the Greenfield swimming area, which rents out. They have a lot of out-of-towners coming into town for all these events. Greenfield likes to brag about it.
John, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're at your time. So if you could just wrap up your thought, I'd appreciate it.
So
Thank you.
this coordinator does more than just the after-school program. My main concern was funding the rec department, but there's a lot of great points out there, and I appreciate that. I hope that everybody can get funded with this medical, with the marijuana revenue somehow. And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take if there's anybody else online.
I have no one else in the comments.
If there's anybody else online who would like to give public comment, you're welcome to put your name in the chat now. We also can take comment through email. You're welcome to email the city council that way. But if there's nobody else there, we're going to get to our meeting. Okay. Thank you all. There was just a couple like housekeeping things before we move. One is so tonight we're going to be discussing fire and police, public safety, dispatch as well, and then DPW. There's nothing to be voted on tonight. There's no recommendations. It's really just a discussion from the department heads. As we move through the budget, we will continue to have these discussions. And just for everyone to know, any department that doesn't have, isn't like slated for a current meeting, all small departments will be invited to just come and say their piece to the Ways and Means Committee. I think that meeting is in June, but I will tell you all at the end of the meeting when that is. The only other thing is, yeah, it looks like we have the mayor here and we have the finance director here if we have questions. So we'll go from there. We have no public hearings tonight. We have no motions. So we're going to move straight to DPW first. Good evening. Thank you for coming. So we can start. I don't know if you have anything you want to open with, or, you know, you're welcome to just walk us through, or we can start with questions, whichever.
If you want to start with questions.
Okay, great. We had a discussion last. Okay, Page 124 is where it starts. First I want to thank you for, I know it's like a big week or few for you all as we get the new, yes, the new toters out, but like that's, I think it's probably the thing I've ever been asked the most about in my 4 years on city council. In the last like month, people have been like, when are we getting the recycling bin? So people are really excited about it. I think we'll just basically start at the top and we can, like, if anyone has a question, raise it. We did a pretty deep dive into this one. But we have let's see. So we have the Main Street reconstruction project and bidding out repairs for the Mill Street Bridge is like one of the main goals for 2027. And then the other big thing we've heard a lot about is the upgrades to waste management and our solid waste infrastructure. I'm wondering, I don't have my list with me. But we have a full. Trying to see if you think. So we go through administration and engineering. Did anyone have any questions about that section 411?
Yes, I have a question.
You can go, Patty.
The coordinator stipend, could you explain what that is?
That must be for the recycle coordinator. She's it's Lindsay, who's the office manager, and she's also working, getting us recycling grants in the background. She gets a stipend for doing that type of work.
The grant writing?
Yes.
And that one's a 0.3 FTE.
Yeah, thank you.
It did not look like there was anything significant differences between the department budget and the FY27 budget, but as far as administration and engineering goes, was there any pieces that are critical that you do not have funded in that section of the budget at this moment? Okay.
It says you cut your expenses by 9% in this area. What did you cut?
Must be just materials that weren't used. And,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, that would have been just different materials that they didn't need. And yeah, because they're pretty straightforward expenses on that Jeep right there.
Great. Any other questions for the admin and engineering section? I'll move us to the city yard section. 421. That one, I'm assuming the dash means there's no change, but I assumed that before and it was wrong, so I'm still.
There's actually no change between FY26 to department to mayor.
Okay, great.
So.
Any questions? Is it that we require drug testing or does, is that like mandated by the state?
It's mandated. So it's federal government.
Yeah.
For CDL
CDL licenses.
Yeah.
A lot of money. for
It's a lot of money.
Okay, any other questions for City Yard?
Yes. The yard materials, explain what that is, please.
That's for, we buy, like gloves, all the safety gear for the employees. Anything that the building might need for repairs. But it's mainly for like buying PPE for the guys over the year.
Okay, so it's safety materials. Respiration.
Yes, yeah, everything, hard hats, the
Yeah,
rain gear.
keeping people
vests.
safe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for City Yard? Okay, I'm gonna move us to Highway Division, section 422. This one, saw a 5% increase in salary and wages. And a 0% increase in expenses. And I think this was another one, yeah, where it was even. Any questions for Highway Division?
What are the contracted services?
Services right there.
Yeah. Like contracted services would be like any. I think we have to bring in like a guardrail.
Yeah,
Mhm.
company,
Yeah.
line painting,
Yeah.
that sort of stuff, or.
It's the tuition.
That's like safety trainings.
Licensing.
Any type of licensing training to get the pay, to get a person to get the CDL licensing. Is there hoisting licenses, training?
And is this, did you have any, was this one of the departments that saw a remove, like a position that wasn't filled was taken away, or did DPW retain all of the positions?
DPW retained all the positions and a couple positions were added.
Okay.
They have a tremendous amount of difficulty filling jobs. If you guys want to expand on that, you know better than I.
Yeah, it's the licensing, trying to find people that are willing to get the licenses and just that know how to do this type of work and all the trainings that go along with it.
Mhm. Do you have this department completely filled, Highway Division?
I think we're gonna just about fill it.
That's
Yeah.
fully staffed.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you notice in the salary budgets here, from 26 to 27, we built in negotiations for those folks. They're currently undergoing negotiations right now. We don't know exactly what that's going to be, but we have a pretty good idea what it's going to be.
Okay.
Yeah. Just move it right now, but
Okay. Any other, oh, go ahead.
I'm curious, I know there was talk of offering incentives for people that had certain training. Is that something that has been done, do you know?
yeah, we tried it for the treatment plant for like water, wastewater licensing and treatment licenses. It didn't work. It didn't pull any people.
Yeah.
Right.
Those licenses are harder and harder to get.
Yeah.
On that.
But you're covering the cost to get the licenses and still not getting people?
Yeah.
Well,
All of it?
Okay.
You cover all of it?
Yeah.
And I want to say marijuana usage is still a federal or under DOT. Is that
Like
is that
a
accurate?
issue?
It's one of them now.
No, for DOT for a CDL license. Yeah. So
It's legal for mass, but you can't have it for the CDL. Can't use it for CDL license.
Okay, any other question for Highway Division? Move us to the Traffic Division. This one we saw 16% increase in salary and wages. Is that a new position?
It's a newly created position, yes. Within the last year.
What does Robert Lenoy do?
He makes all the signs in town, he changes them out when they're knocked down or destroyed, painting.
Meters.
Yeah, collects all the meters.
Kiosks.
Kiosks, you know. Works with all of the kiosk companies.
He collects the money out of the
Yes.
meters.
Correct, yep.
Any other questions for traffic division?
The first item of the second section here, traffic marking, something.
Contracted services.
Yeah, what is that?
All the contracted line people for all the main streets.
Yeah.
Say it again, sorry.
It's all the contracted, like the double lines in the middle of the road for all the streets in town.
The line painting?
Or edge lines or anything else.
To cover the cost of the materials?
No, they have actual company come in and paint. We don't have that type.
Oh, I got
We don't
you.
have the equipment to paint the lines like in the middle of the road
Yeah.
or the edge lines. We don't have that.
Oh, so it's a contracted
Yes,
service.
yes.
I didn't-
Yeah.
Okay, any other for traffic division? Request to service division. You know that this one is a big one. I think we saw was it 9% increase, yeah, 9% increase overall. Or over salary and wages, 5% overall. Any questions for this one? And my question for this one was, is this one fully staffed?
No,
No.
no, this is another one we're struggling with. Yeah, we're missing two. Well, actually, we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we're down to.
Okay. Any questions for service division?
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a reminder, you guys do servicing for all the vehicles in the city,
Yes,
for all departments?
we're trying.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yes.
What would you need to keep more people in the positions?
Well, we're hoping through negotiations, we're gonna come up with a contract that might be with wages that might bring people in, but this seems to be another area where there's less and less people that are doing the mechanic field. So that's another thing around, and it requires a bunch of licensing too. We're looking for the CDL to ASC certifications for the actual repairing of the vehicles, hoisters licenses. Because they have to move all the vehicles around to test them. State inspections, we do all the state inspections for all the city vehicles. It just for some reason, it seems like it's a field that doesn't have the group of people that once had for doing that type of work.
And if, don't get me, if I'm wrong, just let me know what you guys are looking for, kind of a jack of all trades. Someone who can work on a diesel and then a
Yeah.
Chevy Blazer, you know?
Yeah, lawnmowers, the snow equipment.
I know this isn't answering the jack of all trades thing, but is there ability to work with like Franklin Tech to get extra hands in some ways?
Yeah, we've been looking into that. The only other issue with that is when at certain ages, like under 18, they're very limited to what they can and can't do. And
Is there a way to make like a pipeline that you keep it?
yeah, we're trying.
Cool. Yeah, well, let us know how we can help us.
Sure.
Amazing.
Okay, anything else in the service division? We're gonna go to the landfill. This one was even across. Not a big one. Any questions for the landfill? Great. Waste collection. Is this one filled? Sorry, it's 131.
We have an offer of a one. Right?
Okay.
So there you go. You're short one.
Yeah.
Yeah, short one,
Oh, you have an offer now?
Yeah.
Okay.
and also, we're trying to bring people in as, what's the term? An apprentice.
Yeah.
To get them in that field and work them into the licensing. So we've had some pretty good luck lately. We've actually had one person move out of just into a higher level position and I guess it's a tech level 2. And seems to be flourishing in that, so we are having some better success now.
Great. Any other questions for waste collection?
Yeah, I do. So 6.5 FTEs in that department? You're correct?
Yes.
And the total salaries? $166,134.
That's right.
What's the average? I understand it's contractual, but what's the average?
466, 134, 66.
What's the average weight or like the salary for a yearly salary?
Hold on, I'm doing the math real quick here.
Like in the 60s.
About 71,000.
71,000.
Yeah. And still have trouble filling it.
Do we know what the starting pay is?
It's about 49,000 or so. The two at the bottom there, those operators. They're kind of our starting salary base right there. So, with overtime and things like that, you're talking around 51,000 to start out with.
Does DPW overall have competitive wages for the valley?
We're trying to get there.
No, we're lower. We did a comparison
Yeah.
of this. We're significantly lower than surrounding towns. And like one of the big things that's difficult about these type of roles is that like a laborer in the laborers union can like scale their pay so much quicker with much better benefits than a laborer working for a city can. So it's just not comparable.
Gotcha. Is there anything we can do about that?
Well, that we pay people more,
Yeah.
which we can't really do.
We're working on it.
Just
So,
making sure we're asking.
It's a
all the
Teamster
questions.
shop, right?
It's US Peace ECU.
Yeah, it's not Teamsters anymore.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
They were, and then they switched.
See you.
It's
United Public Service
Employees Union.
Employees Union.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for waste collection? Transfer station. 435. I had a question about, like the contracted services for swim area, public parks, land and buildings. Are these realistic numbers? Oh, sorry, I moved to Parks Division. I got bored with the transfer station so little. Back to transfer station. Any questions before? Okay, great. We'll go to Parks Division. Which I didn't look at it, this one, when this one was up. So this one, we saw an increase of 13% overall. But yeah, that was my question was like, for Parks Division, are these numbers realistic? Like swim area contracted services, 1,500, but are you doing all the grounds maintenance on the rec fields over there? Like on the trails, well, I know there's some volunteers, but other than that, like if a tree falls across the trail, you're going and cutting it.
Yeah.
And, but so like, are these realistic numbers? Like if there's a storm and 7 trees go down, you're not like swim, oh, I guess you're doing that, but like.
Yeah.
Right.
So contracted services are something that's like out of our
Out of our
scope.
scope, right?
Okay. And then you have trees contracted separately. Okay.
There's trees that we can't do.
The actual spend in 25 was about 70,000,
Okay.
so they're close.
Okay. Any other question for Parks Division? This is an area that I think, like, when we hear public comment about quality of life in Greenfield, I just think there's like a lot of overlap with how we resource our Parks Division. And our public spaces, like how they're kept up, so.
I should do a quick question. I am on the Sustainable Greenfield Implementation Committee, and I'm working with the task force, and they're trying to figure out how to mow less. Would that affect your budget if you mowed like once a month as opposed to how often you do it?
Probably would, yeah.
See what I mean?
Any other question for Parks? Snow and ice, our favorite one. Any questions for snow and ice?
Thank you for getting through this past winter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and this one doesn't have it, but for the last one, I was thinking this is that. I think when I was looking back, like some of these where we see the larger salary increases are because you filled positions. Like a position that wasn't filled in 25 was then filled in 26. So we're seeing that when we see those like 15% jumps.
Well, I think it's worth noting too, like when I first started 7 years ago, the DPW took $140,000 cut off salaries during COVID because those were the open positions.
Yeah.
And they never came back. So when we see these increases, people tend to forget the history of what's happened in the past too. So it's been a long catch-up game, and it's been a problem with temporary work, I know, in parks.
Yeah.
And hiring people and having enough staff to actually maintain. So it sounds like a lot of this is getting better, which is great. We're reinvesting in the DPW. And also, I forgot to mention earlier with the transfer station, it's really important that we have a good workplace. And then we try to improve those for all of our employees. I mean, we're really lucky here in this building, but we need to try to do that and keep an eye on it everywhere, schools, DPW, because I think that can definitely affect our recruitment of employees too, and equipment, which you guys know as well.
Okay, street cleaning. That one's simple, just one. Any questions there? Trash disposal, 470. Cemetery. Ones are.
Sorry, I just had one quick question going back. Street cleaning, that's all contracted. Did we used to ever do it, or is it too expensive to do it?
Way back when I started in '89, there was a street sweeper here, but that's long gone.
How often does it happen?
So,
How often does it happen?
yeah, unless,
Well, they come once a year, and then there's a couple times they come. In the spring they come, and then they come a couple times after, like to clean up for parades, and do the main route and stuff like that. But they only do one main.
Okay. Anything else for street cleaning? Trash disposal? Okay. I believe that is your entire budget section. Make sure.
Where are the materials for the cemetery?
Flags, when they put the flags up during the holidays, and things like that.
Is there any materials we need to buy for any kind of upkeep?
Okay, anything else for this section? Any last questions for DPW? Speak now or forever hold your peace. So we get to the main city council meeting.
Do their revolving accounts or enterprise funds?
Oh, yeah, hold on, the mayor has, that, is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, just wanted to make sure you knew they had two and 12, I think,
165. Sewer enterprise is 166 and water is 171. So do sewer enterprise first. 166.
Sewer and water. 160s. Oh. You're all the way in the back.
Here we go, 166.
Six. They hit it on you.
Sewer rates, everybody's favorite
Yeah.
topic.
Before we get into that, could you tell us what the dewatering project was?
The water project was for sludge press at the treatment plant. We had been shipping the waste out as liquid. Now we can ship it out as a solid cake, which now sounds really exciting and fun. But
We've talked about this a lot. actually.
yeah, and it works out better for us, and I think it's cheaper to transport and dispose of.
That's not working today, it's good, yeah.
Sludge press does sound cool, but.
Yeah, I wanna see the process. I don't want to smell it.
Okay, so we did, like in 26, we're gonna see a sewer rate increase. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna continue. There were several years where we haven't seen an increase. DOR is saying, well, you're having trouble matching your expenses to your revenues. So they're saying that we need to increase our rates in order to meet that, our revenue, our expense expectations for the year. So they'll continue to go up.
Do we have a percentage that we know yet of what the increase will be?
We can, the sewer and water department can go up to 10% without having to go to city council. So it would be below that's 10%.
Okay, so that's significant though.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we have like 3.6 million in from revenue from sewer rates and then what is the other revenue from? That's 200,000.
Other revenue.
Is that what we're bringing in for like,
Yeah, that's the septic fee. So what that is when people, your RV shows up and you pay a fee to
Okay.
get rid of your waste.
Septic tank.
And yeah, septic tank, pump outs, that type of stuff.
No, no.
What's happening?
People can come in and dispose of it at the plant. They pay to get rid of it.
Gotcha.
And we treat it and
But it's mainly like, septic companies
Yeah,
pumping out
pumping
tanks,
out tanks.
septic tanks and bringing it to the plant for processing.
Yeah, okay.
And the dewatering helps them as well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have sewer administration and engineering and sewer service division. Any questions here?
This is all broken out, so you
Yeah.
can see what's paid for from the sewer fund. And we're still, this is sort of tangential, but we didn't talk about this, I forgot when we were talking about capital, we're still under the DP consent order for I&I. And so that's still several years ahead, right? I mean, we still have a long way to go to fix that stormwater sewer system.
Is there an estimated cost for that?
In total?
Yeah. No, over the span of like 15 years.
Millions probably. I'm not sure the exact number.
Okay,
I do have it somewhere, but I don't remember.
it's too big.
Yeah.
And okay. Okay, any other questions for sewer enterprise? To water enterprise? Which is the 10% increase for sewer and water, or is it each?
Each, 10 each.
Is it, do we anticipate that we'll be on the higher end of those increases or the lower end of those increases?
We want to keep it as low as possible in order, our goal is to make the DOR happy. So as little as we can do to make the DOR happy is what we're planning.
You said this is the same, that's the 10% rule. That's the other one.
Mhm.
Do you know off the top of your head, like what is the percentage that our expenses are growing compared to our revenue? Like,
It's just a ballpark guess right now, and with this new contract, so we're probably looking at between 12 and 15% increases. So, you know, in order to, because we have to come out with a rate, then 6 months later, that rate needs to be implemented.
yeah,
So we're usually lagging behind anyway.
okay.
So if we can get away with banking some money and then saying to the DOR, well, if we can get away with maybe a 5% rate on each, then that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bigger increase than I thought you were gonna say. Just the 12 to 15 is a bigger increase of that than I thought you would. Okay, any other questions for water? For folks new to this is just each section is just breaking out what pieces are paid for by these enterprise accounts. Okay, anything about water we should, underwater enterprise that we should know? Just that we might see an increase.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm curious, under that interest water, it lists the loan and the year of the loan. But I didn't see that under sewer debt, or no, it is there. So I see the year. The hard part with this is we never know, it's hard to, like, how many millions are out there or when they might end. I don't know if has that been included when we talked about our general debt? We've talked about, like, there's just so much debt out there when we could possibly build something again or spend large capital projects.
When I first came here, finding out the total debt picture was quite a challenge because it's never been in actual kind of one place where you can take a look at it. We have it in one place now, and yes, I agree. It probably should be included somewhere in the budget to see the entire debt picture that the city is looking at.
Is that something you could post on the website?
Yeah, I can pull that out and post it or distribute it to everyone. Yes.
yeah, I think it would maybe be helpful right now as it is, we have one meeting left where we don't have anything scheduled. So as much as I was like, we'll cancel it if we don't have anything to add to it, but it might be helpful before we get to the full council vote. Cause to look at this and say, like, we're paying 0 on a 2019 loan and 0 on a 2009 loan, 0 on a 24, like a 2009 loan, that's such old debt and we're paying nothing on it. So it would just be helpful if you want to do, like, you don't have to create anything crazy, but if you want to give us like a quick and dirty debt overview of the city,
That would be a very good idea.
great. I can, I'll make sure we send you the date, but it's far out. It's not till June.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you and the finance department, because I know it's been difficult. Really difficult.
It has been
Change, and
difficult.
you've saved the city quite a bit already, and I mean, I really appreciate the attention to detail that the department has gone to. That's
Okay, if there is no more questions for DPW, I believe that is their entire budget. And we will move to public safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
What do we have first? It's so fire starts. Police starts on 105. I'm sure myself. We want to do.
It'll be 4 in the morning before you know it.
Do you guys I don't care who goes first. Do you guys want to decide who rock, paper, scissors for who goes first? Whoever has a pressing. Okay. Great, fire, it's you. Okay, Drew. Oh, I see it right here.
You don't need me. You get plenty of people.
Sir? So as Deputy MacGyver hands out some light reading for you all.
Thank you.
I'll introduce myself. My name is Bob Strand and I am the Fire Chief and Emergency Management Director for the City of Greenfield. The gentleman handing out the literature is Deputy MacGyver. And the gentleman to my right is Captain Kimball, who this is the sworn administrative staff minus our fire prevention officer. And so thank you for inviting us to talk about next year's budget. Welcome to the firehouse. We're happy to have you here. I'm happy that this room is getting used for the public meetings like this. And just want to do a little overview about the fire department. This year's budget, we submitted the budget with our requests, and you'll see that in the spreadsheet that we gave you, the large piece of paper. With the requests, compared to last year's fiscal year budget. And then what was given to us from the city and was finally decided on. And a basic overview of it is this is a very tough year. I know it's not just the fire department that's having a tough year with the budget, but it is a very difficult year, but we are going to do the best that we can with the money that has been authorized or hopefully will be authorized for the department. The budget reflects a 2.5 position reduction in the fire department. The 2 positions, 1 position we put on an 8th firefighter on one of the shifts to overcome some of the large amount of IOD claims or IOD firefighters we had off. We anticipated that that probably wasn't going to get through the budget. So it's really 1.5 positions. That is a reduction. 1 position will be not filled through attrition. The other one is a part-time clerical person in our fire prevention bureau. That was 20 hours a week. That has been eliminated. And that workload we will be shifting throughout the department to make up the 20 hours a week for that position. In our operating budget, we'll go by line item, but a basic overview on that is a lot of stuff was moved around into either other accounts or other departments entirely. So we'll go over that, but you'll see that there's quite a bit of dramatic reduction in that as well. But we'll explain what that means and what that's gonna have for an impact within the fire department. Let me give you a little idea of what we do at the firehouse. Today alone, the fire department has responded on 13 calls. Starting off this morning with a full cardiac arrest where efforts by the public safety from the dispatchers all the way down to the ambulance, the police department and the fire department were successfully resuscitated an individual in town that was in a full cardiac arrest. That was followed by multiple other calls, including a overdose where the person was not breathing. Emergency services responded to the scene. Police were the first on site and delivered Narcan, followed closely by AMR and our ambulance. And the outcome of that patient was that successfully started that patient breathing again and transported to the hospital. So today was a very busy day, but that is a typical day for your public safety agencies within Greenfield. We've had some notable events lately. Next week, one of my shifts from a call a couple weeks ago is being honored by the hospital for the successful resuscitation of a person that was in full cardiac arrest and is now home with his family because of successful CPR and resuscitation efforts by the fire department and the police department and other agencies that were involved. A week ago, we had a small child that was in a full arrest. Crews arrived on scene to find the child in a very dire predicament. Crews, again, police, fire, ambulance, worked on the child very quickly and was able to resuscitate the child and transport it to the hospital. There are countless amount of those success stories that was not common when I was a firefighter. And to hear it every day and the professionalism that you do have from your public safety agencies, from police, dispatch, and your fire department and your ambulance is a testament to the team that we have in public safety in Greenfield. And I couldn't be prouder of what we are able to do for the citizens of this town. About a month, 3 weeks ago, we had a very significant fire in town that most people, unless you were stuck in traffic, don't know about. It is my hopes that at the city council meeting, I can do a quick update and briefing on what that fire, but basically we had a brush fire that was extended over a mile in the city limits in a very populated area. We had 13 acres of fire, of uncontrolled fire. The on-duty staff happened to be fully staffed that day. They immediately responded to the area of the Buckley Nursing Home where fire was starting to lift the back of the nursing home and was able to contain that part of the fire. Mutual aid was called in. 26 other fire trucks, other fire assets responded to the city to assist us. And we ended up having 14 acres. 4 acres of that was on the highway where it reached the highway and actually crossed the highway and got into the median and burnt up a section of the median where 91, because of safety issues, had to be shut down in both directions. Fires like this we see in the north end of town at an acre or two. This is a career fire for me to have a fire of that magnitude that threatened that many structures in a very populated neighborhood. And if it wasn't for the staff that we had on duty, as well as all the off-duty firefighters that came in and mutual aid companies that responded to our aid, it could have been a very major event for the city of Greenfield. And again, everybody did a great job. We basically took that fire and divided it into 4 different operational components. One of my captains ran the highway. One of my other captains ran the area by the nursing home. Mutual aid company ran the area by the corporate center. And one of the Deerfield chiefs coordinated efforts at the self-storage area. So it was a little hectic, and all together the fire was out in less than 2 hours. So pretty proud of the effort of the fire departments that did that. But I want to just highlight a little bit about what we do on a daily basis at the fire department. We're gonna get into the budget, but there's some questions that come up every year that I'm gonna answer right off the get-go. So one of them being is mutual aid. We respond out of town and walk on mutual aid. When we respond out of town, we respond one piece of equipment at a time. We gave 39 mutual aid assistance last year, which sounds like a very large number. Taking the brush fire aside, outside of that, last year, we received 51 companies into the city of Greenfield to assist us when we have a fire. So we, and I say this every year, but I think it's important to reiterate it, we receive a lot more mutual aid than we give out. As a matter of fact, I told you today was a busy day. At one time, during a very busy stretch, we had 3 mutual aid ambulances assisting the ambulances from AMR and Greenfield Fire. We simply just can't keep up on the call volume. So
just want to jump in. 51 requests for mutual aid came into the city. And when we request mutual aid, a fair amount of the time, that's a minimum of 6 other departments responding from out of town agencies. So it's 51 times 6 at that minimum that we're actually getting back in. So it's kind of 6-fold if you look at those numbers in comparison.
So I want to highlight one other thing we talk about every year at Ways and Means, and that is the response model that we have within the city of Greenfield. The higher acuity of the call changes the level of response that you get to a call. So if a call comes in as somebody not breathing or an overdose, that is everybody goes, right? And it seems like a lot of resources when you look at it. But if they get there and somebody is in full cardiac arrest, I want you to think about TV shows like ER. And when they say in the ER code blue, and you have a respiratory therapist and you have a cardiologist and you have multiple nurses and multiple doctors and they fill up this little room with people to save a life. We do the same thing out in the field, but we do it in a bathroom, in a living room, in a bedroom, and it's all hands. So you could see a fire truck, 2 ambulances, 3, 4 police officers. Everybody has a part within the chain of survival for the patient that we're going to. 911 receives a call, they dispatch the appropriate resources. Usually it's a police officer that shows up first. They start the cardiac arrest efforts. They have defibs, they can start defib on a patient. Our fire department responds with an engine company for manpower and the ambulance for advanced care items that we carry. And then the paramedic will show up with drugs and other things to revive the patient. It is a choreographed effort. And it's amazing to see your responders when something like this happens. And it's not uncommon for you to see 10 responders working on one patient, but everybody has a job to do. And like high quality CPR, when you're doing chest compressions, 2 minutes and you're done, right? Could you keep going doing CPR at that point? Yeah, you could, but high quality CPR, they have proven that for you to maintain the pace and the depth of compressions, it's a workout. And so with somebody's running the show and swapping out the people to make sure that nobody's doing it more than 2 minutes and the drugs are being administered and the oxygen is being taken care of and the airways put in and the furniture is being moved and the backboard is being brought in, all this stuff is happening while this call is going on, and it takes a lot of people to do it. I just talked about the 2 calls today that are a prime example why that's successful just today. So it's important that people understand that, you know, when you see a bunch of responders and it looks like that it's a waste of resources, everybody has a job to do. And sometimes it looks like they're standing around, and they may be, because they may have swapped out but everybody has a job to do and everybody comes to the table to get it done. And we've been successful. And there are people alive today because of the efforts of your public safety. So I just wanted to highlight that a little bit before we get into our budget.
Thank you.
So salaries are self-explanatory. Again, we have we are losing a firefighter through attrition. It's our hopes that that will be gained back. Another firefighter is also being removed from the payroll and put onto the ambulance revenue account. The ambulance revenue account we'll talk about in a little bit, but that ambulance, when we transport a patient, we bill for that patient, it goes into the ambulance revenue account. That ambulance revenue account is now paying for 3 firefighters. Yes.
I think there might be a mistake on your salaries. So Lieutenant EMT, the last one before regular firefighter.
Yeah.
I think is at the wrong pay grade, or it should be switched with the firefighter EMT at
Second one down from
85,000.
that, yeah, that 85,000 number is what belongs in that.
Yeah, so those should just be switched.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the regular firefighter, I couldn't figure out what step that person was on.
That I believe is actually that 74074 number.
Okay, cool.
They are not an EMT, so you'll notice the next highest EMT. That's sort of the pay difference.
So the last Lieutenant EMT should be at 85, and then the firefighter should be at 74.
If you look at this sheet,
It's okay.
It's-
I flip-flopped it in the.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
And so for the 2.5 positions, it's one person lost through attrition, one person is just, it's moving to the revenue account.
No,
No,
no. In addition to the firefighter being removed from the department and put into the revenue account, we are losing 1 firefighter for attrition and a part-time clerical person.
It's the fire prevention.
Fire prevention.
so
That is
overall
a-
you're losing 1.5 positions.
Yes, out of current staffing.
Can you, this might be in your presentation, so I'm sorry if I'm jumping forward, but in the past, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but you talked to us a little bit about a study that was done, an audit that was done of the fire department, like maybe 20 years ago in staffing. Do you have any of those details off the top of your head in terms of like how our staffing compares to what we should be?
I do, and
Yeah.
it's in
It's
your
in your-
budget
great.
overview.
Take it away.
So your budget overview, if you flip through it, the first page I want you to go to is page 4, and that's basically our organizational structure, which shows how the chain of command is within the department and what ideally we have strived to get to, which includes our day staff. And I can go over the roles and responsibilities if you need me to. And then it goes down to the 4 shifts. Each shift has a captain that runs the shift and a lieutenant that is the second in charge. He's in charge when the captain is not working, which is a cost-saving measure, because if it wasn't for the lieutenant, we would have to fill with the captain. And then the firefighters, the 5 firefighters. So next year's department overview is basically going to be the same, with the exception of one of the groups. Instead of 5 firefighters, there'll be 4 firefighters. Okay, any questions about that? The next one is our call statistic.
Sorry, I do
Yep.
have a question
That's
about
okay.
that. So for one shift in a 24-hour period,
Yep.
there would be 4 firefighters on. And then unless you need, then like, do you have a backup staff that you call in if?
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. And I appreciate that. So out of the shifts that we have vacation, we have sick leave, we have IOD, we have other leave. So it's on paper, we have 7 firefighters on a shift, and every once in a while we get lucky and have those 7 firefighters on a shift. What we do is work to a minimum of 5 on a shift, which gets us 3 on the first due engine and 2 on the second piece. The second piece being an ambulance, the ladder truck, the engine another engine company, the brush company, whatever we need, that those 2 firefighters do that. Obviously, when we have 7, then we can staff more. We can staff a second ambulance. We can, it gives us more flexibility. But really, especially IOD has been very detrimental to us maintaining that 7 number.
So it doesn't happen a lot. Now, the city, through the mayor, and through the finance, have made a huge change that's going to impact police and fire, and that is changing the coverage for our IOD insurance, which actually covers firefighters or police officers if they get injured on the duty, that there's money brought back into the department to offset the cost of the overtime to replace that. That is huge. I can't understate that enough. It was removed probably 15 years ago, and it was put back in. It makes financial sense. It saves a considerable amount of money, and I applaud.
This is what we heard about we talked about this in our last meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
And so does that mean that you will no longer have to like pay out a salary every time you have someone IOD and then?
No, what it does is when we lose somebody in IOD and they're out, the city pays for that salary and has to maintain that salary. What doesn't happen is that body, that position on the floor doesn't get filled, or if we drop below a minimum, the position's filled with overtime. This will help offset that a little bit. It's gonna have a huge impact on our overall operating budget. And I can't thank the mayor and the finance director enough for really being aggressive and getting that back for police and fire. Call statistics, I always like talking about this. I'm the old guy in the department. When I first started on the fire department and I was a young firefighter, we were doing 800 calls with the same staff that we have now. We are going to be just shy of 3,400 calls of service. A typical call for us for service runs between a half hour to anywhere between a half hour and an hour and a half is a typical call, just to give you an idea. 1,769 of those calls are overlapping, which means that if we're on a one call, means another call came in and we have to handle, multiple calls at a time. Times like today, where we had 3 mutual aid companies coming in to assist us for the ambulance, we just can't keep up. There's just not enough resources. We augment that by calling firefighters back in on heavy use time, or if they're going to be tied up. But a lot of times it's relying on our mutual aid partners.
What is like the best practice number of people for your department?
That is
all the money in the world.
That is a great question, and it's a great question, because I can tell you what it is, but I can also tell you that the city of Greenfield, being the financial situation that it is, even if it had a major influx of money, will probably never get to that point. But ideally, there are standards that we follow. A typical single-story ranch building for a reported building fire is 11 firefighters responding within 4 minutes. We augment that by having our neighbors and Turners start automatically with us. Plus, we do recall that starts firefighters right away. So we try to meet that standard the best we can through the means that we have. For a cardiac arrest from just the fire side, it's a minimum of 6 people. So ideally, well, let me go to what the study said, right? Because we paid a lot of money back in 2006 for the study, and we were doing 1,000 calls at that time. The study said we should have a minimum of 8 firefighters on duty. On duty, no, we have 5.
Yeah.
So that's what it said. I am a realist and know that the chances of us doing that are slim. Now, there are avenues where we can increase our staffing down the road if we were to get more involved with the ALS, advanced life support for the city, and expanded our ambulance program. We'd obviously have to add paramedics to the number, but right now, our goal has been for the last decade is to get us back to 7 on a shift. Our goal right now is to maintain that, right? And that's you get everybody, the mayor and you all have hard choices that you have to make, right? And unfortunately, like this year is one of the years that we're not laying a firefighter off. We're just not being able to fill it. It's painful. But we'll get through it and we'll figure out a way to manage it and we will work closely to try to restore that position before we even talk about, you know, what the future is gonna look like. So wages and overtime are described there. You can see one of the things, workload has increased. Here's where that staffing recommendation is. 8, minimum of 8 working were made, about 1,600 calls. The department now handles 3,500 calls. And there has been not a significant increase in staffing. Again, like I need to be clear that the city is working very closely to try to address areas that have an impact on our overall staffing. One of them being is the IOD insurance. Like I keep saying that. When I say it's a big deal, it's a big deal. So there's that information.
Sorry, can I ask one question?
Sure.
How long has the position that's unfilled right now, that's being eliminated, been unfilled?
So it has been filled, but it was filled with a long-term there's 2 members that were long-term IOD that have been retired within a year. So we're actually down the 2 positions now. So it's been a while.
So, like the 2026 budget actuals would reflect, like that position was technically filled, but
It was paid for.
it was paid for. Okay.
Yeah, and they were on the book. It's just, you know, unfortunately, there's aspects of this job that are very, you know, are dangerous.
So we're not, like, what I'm worried about, and I've been watching a little bit, the Amherst Fire Department, City Council conversations around this because of the big fire that happened there. Like, I'm worried about when we start to tip the scale of having reduced staffing increases the overtime more than it would cost to staff a role. But because we have these 2 that are now being retired, like that shouldn't happen for this year.
So
we've consistently last 4 years, we've used about the same amount of overtime. So I left it at 220,000.
Okay.
Because it has been right around 220,000 for the last 4 years.
Okay.
Which is a lot less than a lot of our counterparts. Around have for overtime. We are very careful the way that we spend our overtime. But at the end of the day, we are a very manpower driven department. And so we augment the staff that we have when we have a larger event. It is our goal to always have an engine company available. That is not always a realistic, but at least something available within 10 or 15 minutes.
And this number does not include like basically 30,000 with the benefits packet, or, you know, so we're looking at, you to really only look at if you cut overtime down, it's like really sure. Either way. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Processing all that.
So overtime for us equates to staffing.
Yeah.
Okay. It's about what the city wants for available resources to respond on calls. And oftentimes that is through overtime. Okay. Now, you know, with the changes in the IOD insurance, we should be able to maintain the overtime budget that we have. But even with the $220,000 we've gone over every year. I mean, so.
Okay.
Do you anticipate more than what you've been dealing with, like brush fires in the future?
Great question. So I think the volume that we're seeing and the rapid spread of fires in the wildland arena is definitely changing. Do I anticipate an increase in it? I think we average the same amount every year. This particular fire that I talked about was like the temperature was the right temperature, the humidity was the right, the vegetation was at that stage where it's drying up, but it's not green, and there's like a little window there during our brush season during the spring, and it just happened to be a windy day, low humidity, high temperatures, a lot of fuel. What I mean by fuel is all the ground clutter from many storms where the trees have fallen down over the years and they rot out, and that provides fuel for a fire like that. And it was amazing to see the fire growth that day.
I guess I have a question sorry, do you want to keep going?
That's
I don't
okay.
get all my questions. I guess this question is for the mayor is there areas in public safety, specifically where if the, unrestricted general government aid comes through, you would prioritize funding first?
In the whole budget?
Or just for public safety?
Yes, I would definitely prioritize a firefighter, and police officer. I would put them both back on. They would be the first two positions that I would fill.
You know, staffing and having the firefighters, whether the studies or not, like, the reality is that the pie is so big, right, for the city. And I know that the mayor and I had many agonizing conversations, like having to reduce this position was not easy. It was not easy for me, and was not, especially not easy for the mayor. But we didn't lay off a position.
Right.
We will work closely and diligently to try to get that position back. When I was preparing this budget, I was actually anticipating we were going to lay off more people. And we didn't come to that. And that is from the hard work of our finance director and the mayor working collaboratively with this. Am I happy with some of the cuts that have happened? Nobody's happy. But I've been doing this a long time and understand we're all in this, right? We're all in this, and there's some stuff that we have to do. The mayor's office, the city has been very good to the fire department. And so when I talk about and advocate for my department, I don't want to be misconstrued in anything else other than that, is to advocate for the department. But I'm also a realist and understand exactly where the city is financially. I've been doing this a long time. I've been with the department a long time, and I've seen this multiple times. So yes, going down a firefighter it's gonna hurt, but we're gonna get through it.
Are there grant funding opportunities?
Great question. I love the questions. The answer is yes. And we've been successful and got the grants. The problem with the grants is that you apply for the grants and they cover the firefighter salary for the first year. And the next year they cover 75%. And the next year they cover 50. I'm just throwing out numbers. But by the end of the grant, you now are responsible for all those firefighters. That's good, and if the times improve, not so good if the times don't improve.
Thank you for considering that.
And we actually found that was going to be cost prohibitive to actually go that route.
And who would write these grants? Like if you don't have an admin assistant anymore.
I have an admin assistant for the fire department. We don't have one for the Fire Prevention Bureau. The grants are written in cooperation with economic development. We have a grant writer, and usually the two gentlemen working closely together would be the ones that would apply for grants.
Okay.
The SAFER grant is the grant program specifically that covers staffing. It's administrated through Homeland Security under FEMA. And the last time we evaluated that grant, in order to be more competitive with it, we would have to be closer to certain staffing benchmarks, which ideally we would want to be at. But in order to get to that number, we would have to hire way more staff than the city could afford to fund at the end of the grant. So that's we've applied for less and said that we'll get close to that number that they're looking for. But that sets us back in the level of competitiveness against other communities that are ultimately successful.
Like the chief was talking about earlier, they want us to have 12 within the first 10 minutes. 12 personnel going up to a structure fire. And that's essentially more than doubling our current staffing.
Now we can make some of that up with some of the staff that are right here that work during the day. And we can augment some of those numbers to get us closer. But in order to be it's a super competitive grant. So in order to be successful in that grant program, we can try, but it is very hard to.
Thank you for explaining it.
So the next item we'll talk a little bit about is overtime. It's always a difficult item to talk about because it's so fluid. We make adjustments all the time to the way that we operate to try to see, maybe there's a different strategy to reduce the overtime. The mayor and I have had multiple conversations about that, and we have looked at that and really have determined that we are we're where we should be with the overtime. And I'm appreciative of maintaining that, because at the end of the day, that's how we staff our trucks. So there's any other items under the wages and section of the budget? I'm happy to address it. If not, we'll go on to the operating side.
I just have one point, because way back when, the idea was that if we hired the extra position, that would cut back on overtime, and it didn't end up working that way. So I just have concerns about that.
And I'll tell you why it didn't work that way. The 2 firefighters that have been out for over a year with long-term injury. I have a third one that's out on long-term. He's on a long-term injury leave. For whatever reason, we've had these problems with these catastrophic medical diagnosis. And it just happened that if that was all whole and those injuries weren't there, I think we would have done that. But there's no way to predict that. And so like overtime is kind of almost like I don't want to call it insurance, but it's one of those items that, if it's not there, it's not funded, and I have an injury, I'll go back to the fire we had in the wintertime at School Street. We almost lost a whole group of firefighters for injuries on that. Now, thank God, we still had a pretty significant injury that was out for a couple months. That's what the overtime helps us make sure that we're filling our shifts appropriate. So it's hard, and it's, we go out of town where we're calling firefighters to staff the firehouse. We go on calls that are going to tie us up for a long period of time. We call firefighters back to staff the firehouse. We tweak with that number all the time because we have what's appropriate and then what we can afford. And balancing that is it's a constant moving target.
I do wonder if there's especially in budget years like this, where we're so tight, if it makes sense for like the way that the state is doing it right now, where they're doing like a preemptive budget and then halfway through she'll release another. Like if you have a catastrophic year like this, where you have 3 people out on injury, is it more prudent for us halfway through the year to fund a position than it is to keep running on overtime?
So with the guidance of the mayor, we did that. And that was that 8th position that I talked about,
right?
Which we didn't have budget, but it offset most of the overtime that could have occurred on top of what we already had.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's a constant moving target, and it is so challenging to predict. And when you think you have it down, a variable gets thrown at you that you just didn't see coming.
Yeah, I think it might be useful for us as Ways and Means for this year to
do like a review. Like in the second quarter. Be like, you know, like have department heads come and.
Like, where are we
How are
at?
we doing?
Yeah.
Yes. So overtime is a challenge for us. In your packet is an overtime report. It spells out every dime that we spend in overtime and how we spend it and where it's gone to in the last year. And it's a real good resource to look at what the taxpayers' money is being used for overtime.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
So big changes with the operating budget. We as a department eliminated and combined some line items. I'm sorry.
Can you just talk a little bit about the job description of the clerical position that was cut?
So the clerical position that was cut was a new position that was added a couple years ago. Our Fire Prevention Bureau has one captain that runs it. And he is responsible for all the code enforcement, plan reviews, everything else that is required for the Fire Prevention Bureau. It is a daunting job. It is a very hard job. And the people that served within those jobs, quite frankly, don't like being in the job because of the volume of work. They're never catching up. They're always behind, and it's very overwhelming. Part of that job is to make phone calls and to send out letters and stuff like this. That clerical job offset that amount of work so the inspector could focus on inspections. That position was, like I said, it was new. It was a godsend for us. But with the staff that I have in front of you, with the clerical help that I have, with some small changes that we're going to make, we are going to adjust and get the job done.
It's really gonna affect like building and new building and.
So if you look up on the screen behind you or in the packet on this, or the page after the call, we did 741 inspections in 2025. That was with one inspector. So you're looking at a minimum of 2 inspections a day. Some of those are, like you just said, new construction that require, these are just the system inspections where that may require an inspection, but now multiple follow-ups, like the projects that require ongoing progress inspections may still be flagged under one inspection. A lot of what that is anytime food vendors come in, food trucks, those all have to be inspected each time they're set up. You have plans review. That's not even included in this screen, where before you even do the inspection, we have to ensure that code is enforced. So everything's laid out on the blueprints the proper way, meeting the fire code. We work hand in hand with the building department, constantly in touch with them, comparing things back and forth. So there's hours and hours and hours that aren't even included with just leading up to these inspections. Scheduling, invoicing, the permits that come after the inspection, mailing those out, any of the constant emails, the public records requests for any of tank removals, things that have required previous permits or inspections that now they want to close out their permit. Now it needs a follow-up document submitted. So there's countless things that are done in the Fire Prevention Bureau, and having that assistance, she took a lot of that weight off of that captain.
So with that said, we're shifting things around, like the fire prevention officer is going to have office hours that he didn't have before, which means that he won't be out in the field doing inspections. Captain Kimball is a certified inspector as well. He's going to be taking up some of the inspection load on that. Some of the paperwork will be.
But so hold on, I have a question about that. So like that means if you're one of the 5 on duty.
It's not. Our day staff is
You're
different.
not, okay, that's separate.
With that said, The caveat to that is Captain Kimball is also available to cover shifts if the shift is short. So yes,
Okay.
he could be on shift.
Okay.
And I do supplement the crew for larger, like we had a couple overdoses today and I still went on those to assist with the, like the chief was explaining on the manpower needed or
Yeah.
the personnel needed for those calls. So I still supplement all incidents when the mutual aid ambulances were coming in. If Northfield came in for one of those, so 15-minute ambulance response. I went until the ambulance was able to come and provided that first response until the ambulance could get there. So I do supplement the shift with their strength.
So I mean, it's not uncommon that, you know, Captain Kimball amends one of the fire engines or the second ambulance.
Okay.
So we do what we have to do.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Mayor. How did you decide to cut the clerical position? It seems like she was really doing some heavy lifting.
And there was not one decision that I made that was easy. And there was not enough money to go around. I did some, overall comparisons of other budgets. And I know that every position was needed. I put the 7th person on a shift. I would like to have that like yesterday. When you're like $1 million short, you can't make that up in toner. So, as we're going along, the cut to the senior center was, we are way underfunded on seniors compared to other municipalities our size. And we could use that position. I'm hoping there's some money in the fire prevention revolving for a few hours. Somebody could fill in. That was something I've asked if anybody had revolvings that we were using.
And I think, that, difficult decisions had to be made. And, the priority was made to make sure that we have firefighters that are able to respond. I don't envy the mayor's position. We try to work very closely on the reductions that needed to happen. But at the end of the day, there's only so much money to go around and, you will have to adjust and I certainly don't harbor any ill feelings because of it. It's just, unfortunately, it's where in the city. So ordinary, like I was saying, we moved some stuff around. We combined a couple accounts like office supplies and office equipment we put into one account. So it may look like some of it's zeroed out, but just pay attention to our spreadsheet where if it says it was removed at the request of the fire department. Okay, really important to say that. Areas that have seen big reductions is building grounds and maintenance. The reason for that is a lot of that has been shifted to central maintenance. It does mean that there are some shortcomings that are going to be with that. We have a piece of equipment here that will not have the annual service for it. It's a choice that we have to make. But it's new to the firehouse, so we shouldn't have an issue. So
what is it?
That's the station alert system, the automated voice that you hear as you're having a meeting when the call goes out, which turns all the lights on. There's a system that drives that. There's an annual fee for that. We're not paying it this year with the idea that it's brand new. And probably doesn't need to have so that's been eliminated. Our repair of vehicles hasn't been changed. The annual testing hasn't been changed. The cost of that has gone up. Software maintenance, that is a $30-something thousand line item that was removed last year. It is now in the ambulance revenue account. And that is all the computer program. It's basically one big computer program that runs everything for the fire department. So it is listed as being cut. However, it has been moved. There are a couple programs that we are eliminating to save money. One of them being is our policy manual. We pay a subscriber for that. We will now be eliminating that program and we will be going back to try to manage it in-house. There were some advantages to it, but it's an expense that we can't have right now. Schooling, and train.
Questions on this page first about, I saw your health and wellness budget was reduced and I was looking on the open finance and it seems like you'll use it a lot. Could you say more about what you're using it for and what's being cut this year?
Yeah, so when we do promotions, we hire a third-party promotion company to come in to do the bulk mind share of the testing and the assessment center. That per exam is about $10,000 an exam. I didn't have any place in the last few years to put that in my budget, so it fell under that category.
Okay.
We are working closely with the union to come up with alternatives than hiring a third-party vendor that does that. So the majority of that is the reduction of that $10,000. The rest of the health and wellness part of the program, we purchase drinking water with that, and there's some other purchases that we get out of that as well. Detergent for the laundry room comes out of that. So
a Peloton somewhere.
Yep.
You're getting that this year, or you have that and you're paying for a subscription?
I'll have to double check, but I believe we cut that. Yeah, we cut that subscription.
So that was part of when they were outfitting the fitness center. So this is our first station that we've ever had a designated fitness center to keep the health and wellness of firefighters. With that, one of the things that's most utilized in that room was a Peloton, and at the time, the department had paid the $46 monthly fee to keep that operational. That was one of the items that will be cut.
So it was one of it helped out, we encourage our firefighters to stay physically fit. And that was just a program to help them with that. But obviously we looked really hard at every dime, and where we've had to make reductions, we made reductions.
I have one more question on this page. Sorry, the dues and membership for the deputy chief. What are those two and how do they help and what are they for?
So dues and membership falls under one category. We did highlight that there was an addition. There's a couple chiefs organization that we pay the dues for the deputy. The dues have always been there. The professional organizations, there's fire chiefs organizations that I belong to that are invaluable. We get a lot of information and we share a lot of information with fellow fire chiefs. So that's where the dues and memberships come from.
Specifically, the International Association of Fire Chiefs and the Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts. Those are the two that I'm eligible to join. The other ones remain unchanged.
Could you give some more concrete examples of how they're invaluable and helpful, I guess, to Greenwich?
Yeah. So the chiefs is specifically the ones that I belong to, the chiefs of organization at multiple levels keeps you update on changing laws, advocating for changing laws, networking with the fire chiefs, anything that may affect us as a region is dealt with regionally. It's really invaluable to be a part of it. One of them is the Franklin County Fire Chiefs. We work so closely in Franklin County that the chiefs meetings, that's where all the big decisions are made globally for the county. And it wouldn't happen without these organizations. So
what are the dues covering? Like, why couldn't the fire chiefs just meet without a membership?
The dues cover the organization costs to run the organization. On a lot of times, the dues are augmented for special trainings. Comes out of dues, some specialized equipment that one department wouldn't buy, but we would buy as a
together.
Right. So, and we're not talking big money from an organization. You're talking like a hose tester, that's like $3,000. You know, fit tester that the fire chiefs organization just, fit tester is a way we check our masks. You have to be by OSHA, you have to have a certification that you've been fit tested. One department burden to have that is challenging. Fire organization, you know, is able to buy that for the whole county.
And are any of these memberships required for you to be a part of?
No, I will tell you, they are invaluable to be. Yeah, for the city. It's not specifically the fire chief. I'm the representative for the city of Greenfield. It's important for the city to have that ability to have that. No different than any other, you know, I know the town council has the ability to go to conferences and talk with other town councilors. Like that interaction is important.
The International Association of Fire Chiefs has regional divisions, and the New England division of the International Fire Chiefs actually used a portion of their funds that are gathered by membership dues to hire a grant writer. And that organization was successful at not the SAFER grant, but it was actually I think it fell under SAFER for new hires, a retention program, recruitment, and a portion of new firefighter gear costs, and membership communities are eligible to apply for part of that funding. So it's still competitive for us to apply for those funds, but because of basically their buying power, they were able to be successful. I think the grant total was somewhere around $5 million. So we are able to leverage that membership to be eligible to try to get a part of that. So there is some give and take.
The fire chiefs organization have a collective purchasing program that can save money on purchasing through basically a group program and there's administrative fees that go along with that, and that's what the dues will pay for. It does not pay for any specific increase in anybody's salary or anything like that.
Can I take it the meetings are local and not in Las Vegas?
They are local. So Western Mass floats around all of Western Mass once a month. Franklin County chiefs go all around Franklin County. Yeah, they're local. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's several that are done online.
The international mostly meets online.
They have legislative branches too. So when you have large pushes from large money sources trying to reduce restrictions in building code or fire code, that could potentially have public health risks. A lot of these associations are where the legislators can go and speak towards the safety of the community too. Part of it.
Thank you.
Computer equipment, you'll see that was zeroed out. Fernando and his department has assumed the responsibility for that. Training in fire academy was zeroed out. When we have a new recruit, there was a stipend that the new recruit got or an inconvenience fee to go to the academy because it adds so much more time to their day. That was put in when the fire academy was in Stowe. Fire academy is now in Springfield, so that was eliminated. The other part of that was we hire outside groups to come in and do training here, or we'll occasionally send a firefighter to a high-end training that they wouldn't be able to get. One of them being last year, we sent 2 firefighters to a cutting class, which was cutting and welding for like metal when somebody's entrapped in metal and stuff like that. Structural collapse where we can't give that education, but we could send a firefighter to do that. Fortunately, this budget, we're not going to be able to do that. So
you're required to do any continuing education each year?
We are so there's two levels. To maintain our certification for EMT, there's all kinds of training that you have to do. To impact the ISO rating, which is your insurance rating for every house, every business in town. There's a matrix that they use. Part of that matrix is our training, what we do in-house, what we do outside. And it's all calculated into the overall ISO rating for the city. It has been a category that has needed improvement over the years.
Is it needed more funding to do that, or?
Everything needs more funding to do that.
Is there another thing that would need improvement besides that?
No, we work on it closely, so we just have to adjust and we'll have to be creative and figure out different ways. Training is a very, very important part of this department, and providing the opportunity for training. Now, I will say a lot of the classes, the basic like fire investigation and inspector and other classes are usually free from the fire academy. Still costs us to send the firefighters. That's why we have a training overtime budget, but most of that is free. So saying that, you know, I don't want people to think that we're not going to be able to send our firefighters to training. We'll send them to Massachusetts Firefighting Academy training if we can get them in there. There are some higher level, more in, you know, high end classes that we're just going to take a break on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move us to ambulance revenue, I was trying to keep this meeting to 3 hours and we still have another big, no, it's not your fault. You're actually right on time. It's Vance's fault, so blame him.
Before we go on to that, I do have this one other document. It's just a fun little read if you have it. We did this for the community academy.
Oh, thank you.
And it basically tells you all the responsibilities that your fire department has and what they do.
Could you email all of this to the council email just so we can make sure that it gets online? Yeah.
This is amazing and so detailed. Thank you so much.
Like I said, we had done that for the Citizen Academy, so.
No, I mean this one.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We have to present the budget 3 different times, so having a document is helpful when we do. We have to go through public safety, makes a recommendation, goes to the mayor, presentation to the mayor, then it goes to you folks. Yeah, so.
And a number of times since I've been on council, you all have had to do this like overtime explanation account.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's always a category that needs explanation.
Yeah. Which I just think it is very helpful to have a narrative alongside of it.
Totally. Yep. So ambulance revenue account, currently there's, the last time I checked was about $660,000 in the ambulance revenue account. Next year's budget, we are taking
562,920.
562,928 out of that budget. I say this with a warning. And that is, we obviously, the city, every department's got to do what it's got to do to get through these hard times. This is not sustainable for future years coming out of this revenue account. So the amount that we're tapping in this revenue account, maybe this fiscal year coming up, but future fiscal years, I think is going to be challenging to me.
There's 3 pages on the backside of your budget proposal package that talk about the annual revenue account and why.
Where is the money going? That's being taken out.
So the ambulance revenue account, the majority of the money is being spent on the salaries for 3 firefighters because it's a revolving account. We not only have to assume the responsibilities of the salary of the firefighters, we also have to assume the fringe benefits and everything else that goes along with that position. So everything that you would see in our operating plus things that you don't see like fringe benefits is all coming out of the ambulance account. Anything that's associated with the ambulance, we try to take out of the ambulance account.
Oh, so you're spending it all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we?
Well, wait, I'm not sure about that statement, because I'm also not sure about the statement that says will require shifting staffing back. Because I would like to know what the balance of that is at the end of the year. It doesn't close to the general fund. So any unspent money will stay in that fund, correct?
There's 667,000 that's in there for the last decade of revenue receipts. Now, we've taken a lot of money out of that account, but we bring in less than 400,000 a year into that account. We're spending 619,000 out of that account. I mean, I'm sorry.
562.
I looked at the wrong
That's
line.
okay.
We're spending 500,000 out of that account.
So for this coming fiscal year, we will overexpend what we'll take in for receipts, which will be the first time since this account has been created.
And does the revenue increase each year that you bring in?
Yes.
As we do more, the main source of revenue for the ambulance revenue account is ambulance transports. So we bill every time that ambulance transports a patient. The more transports we do, the more revenue theoretically.
So as our call volume increases, there's the potential for that.
There is the potential for me sitting here next year and saying that it's not going to cover the 3 positions. It might, right? It might. But the projections that we have don't say that. But understand, we have to get through these budget times, these difficult budget times. It's very hard.
No, it's hard. And I feel like I have to say it because I've been through these enough times now that it makes us all feel horrible. We hear what you need, how awful it is, because your department does a fantastic job. I mean, I voted for every single fire appropriation in 7 years. But I just have to point out that the firefighters that we have here are paid very well. And we are in a brand new building this community has dug pretty deep to pay for. And we've also tried to keep the equipment up. So I just want to make sure for the public that's out there that's listening, it's not all doom and gloom. We have a lot of firefighters, they're paid well so we can attract people to our department. And it's not perfect. And it actually sucks that we're even losing one, because I've heard you for years advocate getting another position, which we finally did. But it's so difficult there are some departments that don't have that benefit. Their positions aren't paid in a competitive way that they can get people. So I just want to make sure that it's out there. And I hope you feel that the city and the city council are supporting the fire department in general.
Counselor, if I've given any indication to the contrary to that, I apologize. I think I've been pretty clear about saying that, we will do whatever we can, working closely with the mayor's office, with city council. And I don't think I've mentioned, or I've tried not to portray doom and gloom. My job as the fire chief is to present you with what I see for an anticipation for the needs of the fire department and the future ramifications of budget decisions. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm trying to say that my analysis as the fire chief, there are concerns going forward. I'm not trying to paint doom and gloom. I'm just trying to say that, there could be some challenges that we need to be aware of going into next year. That's all.
I do.
If I have given that impression, I apologize.
I do think that there's a concern when we're overspending. Expenses are greater than our revenue. That is like budgeting 101. I also do just want to say that I think that although like our retention seems okay in Greenfield, when we did do an analysis, maybe it was 2 years ago now, our salaries are lower than other places. And so while we don't seem to have a retention problem here though. Like it seems like we hire people and they stay.
We've lost firefighters to other departments. But yes, and you have to understand, it's not just salary that keeps firefighters. Okay, we as a department are very grateful for the city investment into the department. But we also have worked very closely to make sure that when we're asking for things like a new ladder truck, we're trying to save as much money as we can. And the ladder truck's a prime example of that. The ladder we replaced was another $400,000 more than the ladder that we have. And we had to make some hard choices to present that when it went to the mayor and it went to city council. So we're well aware of that. But I would not be doing my job if I wasn't presenting things that I see that could be challenges for the department.
I do appreciate though, us heating that for next year. And so if I'm remembering correctly too, the ladder truck was an issue with that. I can't remember the acronym, but like the thing that costs everybody else in the cities and insurance to go up, is that correct?
Yeah.
So like that is a cost that either way the taxpayer was going to experience, whether it was through insurance or through purchasing. What else comes out of the revolving account, ambulance revolving account?
Everything that's listed there. So training overtime specifically for EMT. Remember, I told you that there are requirements for training. There's a minimum of 20 hours a year of training that the firefighters need to go through to maintain their certificate. So that's paid for out of that. Overtime specifically geared toward the ambulance comes out of that. Recall primary transport, that is a contractual issue. That's our best estimate on that. And then holiday incentive in clothing are contractual obligations that fall usually under the ordinary budget, but because we're assuming those responsibilities for those 3 firefighters, that comes out of this account, including the clothing allowance that's listed there. You'll see the software reporting program. The entire reporting program is now coming out of this account, and that's listed there. Health insurance fringe benefits of $47,000. No department really sees that. That's a line that's really kept someplace else in the budget, but because it's required to be paid out of this, it comes out of that line item. So that's where you see the fringe benefits. Billing services, this has gone up quite a bit. Billing services are when we do a transport, we send it out for billing. They only bill us on what they collect. There's a certain percentage. If that money goes up, it means we're doing a heck of a lot more transports. So that's why you'll see the increase in that. Vehicle maintenance, self-explanatory for the ambulance. Intercept fees. We run a basic BLS service. Sometimes when we go to transport a patient, they are a high acuity call and we need some assistance from an ALS level based off a protocol. That's usually South County or Northfield that comes in. They charge us when they come in. So that's what that fee is for. Medical supplies, self-explanatory. Medical supplies is all medical supplies for the fire department. It used to be shared. It's now all coming out of that account. EMS training, that pays a vendor to come in and keep us up to date on the required trainings. It does not cover the cost of the firefighters to go to that training. EMS leased equipment, right now that's paying for our monitor, an annual fee for a monitor, and then the ambulance lease is self-explanatory.
Do we, so we lease 1 ambulance and 1 fire truck?
That's correct.
How much is an ambulance?
Close to $500,000. An engine right now, a standard engine is about 1.2. A ladder truck is 2 million.
And is that what we lease, a standard engine?
Which we bought at, I think, about 600 to 700,000 when we bought it. We bought the same truck right now, would be about a $1.3 million purchase.
So I see that you have dues and memberships on both the regular and then also the revolving, or those just split for the three?
Nope, dues and membership under fire prevention is because the fire prevention officer is a member of the fire prevention organization for Massachusetts. Again, valuable. That organization works together on enforcement issues and things like that.
So fire inspectors, so there's myself and Captain Cooley, we have continuing education. It's on a 3-year basis, but you're required to have continuing education credits each year. And part of that is going to those state meetings and those fire prevention association meetings. And there's a fee for each class to get those credits.
So that was a fire prevention account, and that's all efforts for the Fire Prevention Bureau. There's also a lease that comes out of that. That 32,000 is paying for 2 vehicles.
And I just like, it's,
The deputy's vehicle.
we're
Actually,
allowed
it's
to
3
pay for salaries per DOR out of revolving, but it's not like, it's not like encouraged, right?
Encouraged.
Or sorry, I said revolve out of revenue accounts.
Yeah, however, this one is a recurring every single year, so it's not as frowned upon as others.
Okay, any other question for ambulance revenue?
When I said the vehicles that are coming out, I was talking about fire prevention, not the ambulance.
Yeah, no, I caught that. I just wanted to make sure before. And then that was, next thing was any questions for fire prevention revenue? And those two vehicles, you said we lease them, and what are those vehicles? What type of vehicles?
So those leases are not like standard leases for a civilian lease.
Yeah.
These are lease to own. So
Okay.
it's usually just it's more like a financing, but it's at a municipal term.
Okay.
So that's actually the chief corrected, and it's actually 3 vehicles right now.
Okay.
And that would be the 3 newest administrative vehicles. So that would be the chief and the deputy's vehicles, as well as we purchased a used electric pickup truck, and that's the one I'm currently assigned. So those 3 vehicles are out of that lease line.
I saw that one plugged in. I was like, I didn't know that they had an electric one. Yeah.
The administrative vehicles for the last 30 years have come out of this account. It has not been a capital purchase.
Yeah. So those ones are like a lease to own, but the ambulance and the fire are like
lease to own.
Those are lease to own too. Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
When we did the fire truck, the lease percentage was actually cheaper than bonding.
Great.
So that's why the decision was made back then to do that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for fire?
I'm struck by how much the billing services are. Just remarkable, $35,000.
Yeah, you know, that's actually a good number.
Really?
Because the higher that goes, it means the more revenue we're bringing in.
Right. Yeah.
When we looked at billing services, the billing company that we went with had some of the better returns in our area and also the lowest billing fees.
Remember, we don't get billed unless they collect. So that's.
We're ultimately responsible to pay them, but that's why it's budgeted.
But that's an actual, it looks like it's a high number, but the higher that goes, it means the more revenue that's coming into that account.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and this presentation. Very put together.
I will send the document over.
Thank you so much. I do want to give an opportunity for a break. So we will come back at 8 o'clock on the dot, which is like about 7 minutes. I was like, oh, we don't know the plan, so they can go well. Seems highly unlikely. I think this one. This is like the most staff, we took two big departments, because that's just schools and a couple of little things. What is it? Yeah, I don't think that'll. I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, made everyone sick. Yeah, I think. Yeah, we can use it.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I could.
It's like.
It's like really whatever
Yeah. I agree with that.
I won't be bringing that up to you.
How are you doing? How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. How's things?
Welcome.
So, right now, right? Period of time.
Happy to be on the side. We haven't done it. But it's okay. They were good. I was happy for them if they had to do something. Those would be my first two things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for. To pay three of them, other municipalities do that as well. So that, yes. As long as it, and they each have different. Like recreation. Just be part of it. Can't be full time.
I can't see my fingers.
I touch it, you see in the budget. 3.5 weeks. We checked the law.
Burning the midnight oil.
They can do. Blood pressure. Ambulance involved.
I can hear it. Yeah. That was me.
Great.
You got a fever? Spend a little extra time in a warm shower. My wife's smart, stay there.
He charges for her fees. I usually step 6,000. Plenty of evidence for that one to happen. That is at least a mistake. I'm worried about public safety. They're the ones that I'm looking at right after had all the terrorists. That little fight.
Yes.
I would have.
I'm sick. I got it.
I went up there last night.
Everybody gets their name on it.
What were you measuring off of?
30 yards.
What were you measuring off of?
Very many layers, but
You know, I do, my friend, like, today's call. Aren't that ones get to hear some of these abilities. Get all these calls. They don't just stand there worst of everything. Really, that's a part of.
It's crazy. Yeah.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna bring us back. Here. Page 105.
But you wanted to start with the smaller one.
Which ones were you thinking?
Dispatch unit or parking. 111, 113.
Sure, let's start there. Is this one? Did this have a discrepancy in the total? Yeah.
Well, that's.
All right, let's start with 213 dispatch. I'll do this math while we're talking. And page 111.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So we invited Cindy. Cindy Hunter is the manager of the dispatch center supervisor. Billy outshined us good today with his presentation and handouts. Anything you need, however, we can provide to you. Nice to meet him in his house, so. I'm not sure, I'm still a rookie at this process, so I'll take questions, or what would you like me to do? Would you like my presentation?
If you have a presentation for dispatch, we take that first and then we'll.
I can do that, and I can share that also. Cindy can add her 2 cents to that. Dispatch, as most know, is a 24/7 operation that serves all of the city of Greenfield, police, fire primarily, but they also start with the medical calls, off-duty hours for DPW.
Correct.
They will be a dispatcher for them. They take, Cindy probably has better numbers than me, but they take literally hundreds of thousands of calls a year into the dispatch center. You heard the numbers for fire, add another 40,000 for police, and that's what they're sending us on. And them range from, premise checks to, sadly, homicides. So, they're 40,000 plus. I think we were 43,000 last year.
Between 42 and 43.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what dispatch deals with. So they actually have, our dispatch is unique in that it's the city's dispatch. So they will deal with walk-ins. Anybody who comes in and out, or someone coming to pick up correspondence, they will deal with them. They will get that correspondence to them. But they answer the business lines, they answer the 911 calls. Again, hundreds of thousands of calls. And it's 24/7, and there's at least 2 dispatchers per shift to handle that many calls. Cindy can add to that.
We do staff, like you said, at least 2 dispatchers a shift. Fortunately, we're very fortunate that we now have we call our vacation relief spot filled. Prior to that, it's only been filled for about 2 weeks. We have finally finished training for 2 new dispatchers. So we've had that position filled for about 2 weeks. Prior to that, essentially any day off for a dispatcher requires overtime if we don't have that position filled. Unlike the police and fire department, where they may have the extra staffing to give a day off. So I think one of the important things to take into consideration is how much overtime that's going to save financially, but also wear and tear on our dispatchers and their mental health and the stress that they go through, especially with forced overtime. I'm very fortunate that we do have dispatchers who like to work overtime, but forced overtime is never fun, and it takes away from their families and special occasions and so forth. So
are you saying that nobody's getting days off or like everyone's working 7 days a week?
So no, what I'm saying is that any day off requires somebody to work overtime.
Gotcha.
Because there is no extra person to
And then
fulfill
it's
it.
just like regular weekend.
So our dispatchers work a schedule of 5-2 and 5-3. So 5 on, 2 off, 5 on, 3 off. Now with the vacation relief spot, what that person normally will be doing is filling long-term vacations, long-term absences. They can fill an occasional day off there are parameters I have to follow. I have to give them a certain amount of notice before I change their schedule. But that person will fill a lot of those shifts that would have then gone to overtime prior to that. So I think in the long term, it's going to be very financially beneficial.
And the point of that is like you referenced, please, there may be shifts where we have 5 people on. So if someone asks for a day off, generally we can grant that without invoking overtime. Unlike dispatch, which requires those 2 to be in there. So there's never a time when 3 are scheduled. Cindy, as an NR employee or actually a salaried employee, covers a ton of those shifts so as to not cost overtime. So we stay within our budget on that. Was the deal we kind of made up in the beginning and she's sitting the desk quite a bit, probably more than we would like, because she has her administrative duties.
I can say, I think in the last few months, especially because we had someone who was out for a bit of an absence, and then we had 2 people that were training. I was doing in excess of probably 80 to 90 hours at least on the desk a month, sometimes more. And I don't, as he said, I'm salary, so I don't acquire overtime. So I either just work hours that I'm not being paid for, or I do it in place of my normal rotation.
Keeps your skills up.
Does.
For your service.
Am I seeing that the same amount is budgeted for overtime than last year, even though there is some probability that it will?
We try to plan for things that may happen. I think that was the thinking in the chief when he put that number on there.
Yeah, the reason why that is that way is because this year it was 45,000 and we are drastically over on that. So in an attempt to forecast the upcoming year, we increased our request to 60. So although we're taking every step we can to mitigate the overtime, and Cindy's certainly covering a lot of shifts to mitigate the overtime, it is absolutely overtime heavy because any time off request is overtime. So they all get the contractually accumulated sick time, vacation time, comp time, and all the stuff that every other employee accrues. So overtime is a big expenditure, but it is monitored and reduced quite well through Cindy's efforts, but also we have per diems that can come in and cover some shifts that we like to keep rotating through. They have to work quite a bit in order to stay on top of their game. Otherwise, it's actually cumbersome and a problem for us. But we also apply for, and every year we get the training grant. So the training pays for all of their 40-hour in service each year. So that's 40,000. Probably about 20-ish thousand that the city doesn't have to pay
a year that for the training grant that we're given each year.
And then we get the 120 plus support incentive grant. Yeah.
We do have currently 5 per diems on our roster, and they all have been very dedicated. One girl was working in our lowest point when we had our 2 trainees. She was working probably 30 hours a week plus, in addition to her full-time job. Sometimes that's the struggle we run into, is that they all do have full-time jobs, and we have a couple of our college students, but they've definitely given us a lot of hours, which ultimately would have gone to overtime. So it did save us a lot.
So it says you're at 77,000 for overtime right now, and you're hoping that 60,000 will cover with the new emergency person.
Yeah, I think fire sort of alluded to the fact that if they're fully staffed, the likelihood of that overtime going down increases. So if we can stay fully staffed, we'll have less overtime. That hasn't been the case. We've had quite a bit of turnover, more than we would like in the dispatch center. So we're hoping that that doesn't happen. We're hoping that we can finally get to a point where it's calm and we can maintain for some longevity. But in going through, if you want me to just go through the lines, I mean, most of these are contractual based on time on. So the dispatch supervisors is contractual. There's 8 dispatchers that are at top step. There is 1 that's at C step and 1 at B step. The C step 1 is the one that was cut next year. So the anticipated dispatcher was dropped. So you can see how the requested 51,865 was zeroed out by that.
Can I ask a question about that? Can someone, I'm not familiar with how the steps work for this union, so can someone come in at a higher step if they're a new employee based on?
That's actually a really good question.
Yep.
So we, our 2 new trainees, our newest 2 dispatchers, one actually had prior experience. She had the certifications that we require. So we didn't have to spend that money to send her to those classes. If you come in with experience, we do give you the step. So if you come in with 2 years experience, we give you step 2. We give you up to step 2. So if you're someone with experience, you would get to a higher step.
Okay.
And then it's a contractual.
Yes.
So they're paid commensurate with experience.
Right. Thank you. That's helpful.
It has to be the state certified.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same story for the police side when we get there too. The same.
Shift if contractual. And obviously forecasted based on previous years. Holiday pay, same thing. Incentive pay, we only have 1 who receives it based on contract. I believe that was something that was negotiated out of their contract, and there was a sort of a grandfather clause in there, keeping that person with an incentive pay. Clothing allowance is contractual. Equipment replacement, you're going to see the increases here. And these were discussions that I've been having for the last several years, and made the requests and hopefully pass them this year, is that the dispatch center is in the same building as the police department, but it is in fact it's its own operation. And like I said, and this isn't minimizing anybody, but they dispatch for other departments as much, if not more, than they do for the police department. But the police department picks up the tab for every bit of resources that the dispatch center uses. And we're not necessarily complaining about that, but we need to be more clear on where the money is going. So if it looks like I'm asking for $30,000 for supplies, 10 of that goes to dispatch, you should know that. So they go through the same thing, if not more, of what we go through in terms of paper, toner, cartridges, maintenance of those things. And again, like I said, it's the dispatchers that are passing that stuff out through the windows, right? So they go through those things. Toner cartridges are absolutely horrendously expensive these days, and it's not getting cheaper. So we're having to prepare for those things. So what I had been requesting for quite some time, we finally so far got it to that point, is we need dispatch to be funded for those things, for those office supplies, for those equipment replacements. I don't know how many of you have actually come in and toured through there. There's a lot of equipment that goes into a dispatch center, a lot of high-tech equipment. I'm happy to say that the deputy chief and I went in and actually tore the old place down on our off time and remodeled that dispatch center. So we actually bragged, like, come up and take a look, because it is a beautiful facility right now. So we saved on our own over 6 figures to the city last year, a year before, because we would come in and we got dumpsters, we gutted it out, we were sheetrocking, I was framing walls, we were doing all this stuff. But again, it's not just polices, and that's a common misconception that dispatch is just for policing. It's not. It's for the city. They dispatch for all emergency operations for the city, including DPW on their off hours. So they need the supplies. And I know that looked like a spike in our request for dispatch, but it's stuff that they need.
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. I have more question on the difference between uniforms and clothing.
So uniforms, I think the uniform
So the
replacements is what we will pay for. So when a new dispatcher is hired, we have to sort of front them a uniform, right? Because they don't yet qualify under contract to get a clothing allowance.
So
That's the two.
currently we buy 2 uniform
Yeah.
shirts and a pair of pants.
So we need a little bit of money to buy their startup uniforms, and then once they've finished a year, then it goes to the uniform expense, they get the clothing allowance stuff.
Can you explain how the clothing allowance works?
It's contractual every year. I don't know what do you?
It's $400 per dispatcher is what they negotiated with the city. And they have to put in a request for what they're buying, whether it's, we have a uniform policy, so they have to adhere to that. If the purchase is made through, we have a department Amazon account that we can access. The deputy actually has to approve the purchases, so we're watching what they're buying, making sure it's that it adheres to the uniform policy.
But that, we recently came up with an agreement. This was actually in conversations with the mayor, myself, and the agreements that this is just payout money. So if dispatchers, police, same way, if they don't use their clothing allowance by the end of a fiscal year, it gets returned to the city. So, and that could potentially be quite a bit returned. We have to sort of honor the contractual obligation ahead of time, right? So Cindy's employees need to have that $400 accounted for. But at the end of that fiscal year, that could very well return if they don't spend it. Yeah. And that just started in this last contract.
Number of FTEs for. Is it 10 total? And then but there's per diem.
So we have 10 full-time dispatchers.
Yeah.
And then myself, so a supervisor plus 10, and then we have 5 per diems right now.
Okay.
In FY26, 11 was approved. We're dropping to 10 going into FY27.
11 FTEs and supervisor.
No, it was 10 plus Cindy.
Okay.
So 11 FTEs total for dispatch.
Uh-huh.
But going into FY27, we're budgeting for 10.
Okay.
Well, 1 was cut, but not an actual person at this point. Just a position.
Just an open position.
They're very, very, particular about she doesn't want to see layoffs.
Yeah.
So we're sort of working through attrition here, that this individual's not here yet. We're just gonna work it that way. So that position was eliminated by attrition, I would say.
Okay, great. Any other questions for dispatch? Mr. Bottom, nothing. All right, let's move us to parking. Thank you so much for coming. I think it was really helpful to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, page 113, parking enforcement.
I wish Judy was here. She's actually in charge of parking right now. Not a lot of big changes on this. We have 2 part-time parking enforcement people. Their salary is what they negotiated. The parking meters contracted, I believe that's what we pay for a service contract. Parking tickets, we have to buy them. In order for them to write them, we gotta have the tickets for them to write them on. And meters and materials, so we take into account previous years and expenses, and that's just, I don't think much changed, if anything, on that. I think we dropped a couple bucks on that, so. It's just the stuff they need to write their tickets, and I know that Judy just worked to replace all of the handheld machines that actually write the tickets.
Do we make all this money back in Word or?
Yeah.
There's an enterprise fund, which we should just look at right now while we're looking at this.
An enterprise?
I think it's an enterprise fund.
No, there's just 3 enterprise funds.
It's a
Water-
revenue.
Water, sewer, on sewer. And there's not, no, there's ordinance enforcement, but that's not under, that's under the clerk's office for revolving accounts.
The money collected from.
Does that go in, yeah, where, what does that
So
go
that, so,
into?
so, and you asked something about marijuana, we have to tally all the revenues that come in.
Yeah,
And somebody asked it. All the revenues that come in are reported on the revenue sheet that we went over last week.
right.
It's in the general revenue account, and it's a general revenue for like $4.5 million. That, you know, Catherine divides that out into specific items like rules.
Oh, yeah, parking meter receipts, pay, yeah. parking
Pay as
meter
you go.
receipts.
Building
Page
permits, et
27.
cetera, but it does not have a special account like a revolving account or an enterprise fund. It goes in and it is labeled. And actually, you asked a question last week. We both got sick right after that.
I know, I was
don't
like,
have
go
the
home.
answer. No, I do not have the answer on the breakdown on the parking, so as you were starting to look at that, I thought, oh yeah, it goes under the covers, so. We can find that out later.
Yeah.
Great.
But
I
for,
just know that the revenues that I'm looking at thus far this year were down from the last year. That's why we decreased on the estimate that went into the overall budget. We decreased that from 350 to 250.
yeah, which last year was 350.
Yep.
And so,
So does that include the 81 for the expenses? Or that's what we're making,
We're making more than we put into this their salary.
So last year, we made 250 in parking. That.
No,
yeah, well, 250 in parking meter receipts.
Parking meter receipt.
Is the estimate.
Right.
For this year.
Okay.
That would, right, but it's actually more than that. What we put into balance the budget was $250,000. The receipts will be higher than that, and I can get you
don't
the,
have that number.
I don't, I didn't do that. Yes.
Oh, so for 25, was 350 the actual receipts, or was that what was put into balance the budget?
That's what's put into balance the budget. That's not the actual receipt.
Okay. And then where does the remainder go?
The remainder goes into the general fund. It's put into the general fund. We have to break all of that out at the end of the year, but we have to measure each thing, report each thing line by line of what it is. And doing that, we can get that. Is that done for 25?
Sorry.
All the revenue is done for 25. Yeah. Okay.
Are any of these the actual receipts? Like in the estimated receipt, or are they just like estimates?
At the end of every year, you have to break it down, actual, like the actual number for what it was.
Yeah.
When you go to do the budget for fiscal year 27, you make an estimate of what all the receipts will be. And we've done up the last 2 years on estimates, the overall estimate.
But above the local estimated receipts, those are actuals for 24 and 25.
What page are you?
Where, yeah, what
Sorry, page 27, if you're on page 27,
Yeah.
in the estimated, if that whole section is estimated receipts, but if you look above these lines, sorry, these lines don't have line numbers, which is brutal for me, but third from the bottom is local estimated receipts. Above that, you have like the cherry sheets, the MSBA, the sewer enterprise, the water enterprise. Everything for 2024 and 25 is actual. And then the local estimated are the estimated, but this, when you make, right, what I think what the mayor's saying is when you make the budget book, it's all an estimate for 26 because we haven't closed the books yet. We'll vote to close the books. I don't remember when we do that, or we'll like approve.
We'll tell you what the number is.
Yeah. And like, it's like August maybe.
I mean, they take a look at it and say, that's not okay. Yeah.
So are we not able to put the actuals for 24 and 25? If we have those numbers?
I do have those numbers, but when we look at this, these are receipts reserved. So this is reserved revenue to go and offset the budget. So that's just like we take in more money, but that's the only bit that we use to offset the budget.
Okay, parking. So 250 is the estimate revenue for this year. Any other questions for parking? See them out there. All right, let's move to the police operating budget.
So just a little background, the deputy chief's handing out. I've been sort of compiling a list of accomplishments and things of that nature since taking over as chief in February of 2024 that I believe are just worth mentioning to the public. And I think it gives a little overview about where we're going, what our mindset is, the direction we're looking to go in. So we reduced top heaviness by dropping lieutenant's position and adding a patrol officer position. You'll notice in the budget right now that patrol officer position that I'm speaking about was actually dropped going to FY27, but we can talk about that more. Reorganize management to run more efficiently, and continuing and evolving efforts. There was a lot of things both physically and procedurally that we changed in-house. Something as simple as moving offices to the right locations, to assigning essentially round pegs, round holes, which we've reaped the benefits of. Again, as I had mentioned, we took over and completed the massive dispatch renovation project, saving the city over $100,000. For those who weren't aware, I think we were planning on spending probably about $225,000 to $250,000 on redoing the dispatch center. The lowest bid came in at about $475,000. So the mayor, this was when we were both very new. She's sort of like, do you want me to try to find that money? I said, absolutely not. That's ludicrous at that much money. That to me, so it just seemed like they were trying to take advantage of the city. So we sat on it for a minute, and then I asked her permission. And if you give me permission, I'm going to go in here and start gutting this thing. So we did that, and I'm glad we did. And we're proud of it. I could not thank our central maintenance team more. They lived in there. Probably more than we did while it was redone. Our IT department, also a bunch of superstars. They helped move us in to the dispatch center, or dispatch into our roll call and then back. It's not an easy process, and everybody came together every time to make that happen. So we had a drainage project and replaced a department shed along the back hill. That drainage project, yet another problem. They pulled up the lines to the generator during that, and that was also fun. While doing this, we renovated the meeting room, which is our roll call room, at virtually no cost. We used some of the materials left over from dispatch, and we went to work on that. We created, presented a responsible budget for FY25. We did the same in FY26, and we're tracking well, despite numerous challenges with that, not the least of which was buybacks for retiring employees, which we had plenty. We're in the process of renovating, or this was old, but kicking off downtown substation. That's obviously now completed. Initiated for the first time a civilian liaison to the police department to bridge gaps between citizens and members of our department. We initiated a business district officer position to work with the civilian liaison, business owners, citizens, etc. We plan to add a second business district officer when staffing permits. That would have been that position. Councillor Brown did make that request the other day, and the answer to her question is that position supposed to be earmarked for our second downtown business district? That is what that position would have been. We do, however, we're lucky enough to have Sheriff Streeter. She has one of her sergeants walking to meet with us downtown. So Jake McClay. So Jake McClay, and for those who haven't met her, Zoe, they spend a lot of time in and out of businesses and walking downtown. So we do have two down there. We did want a second from Greenfield. We developed and expanded upon the community impact unit. We really, that's all of us really, but it's the one to run down to, who you know as Bicycle Bob. I don't know if those who have heard, he gives us a lot of resources that we help provide many things to the unhoused community in Greenfield regularly. So we initiated the replacement of much needed patrol cars. That's still very much in need. We've been consolidating our fleet of unmarked cars by trading 2, 3, etc. for one better conditioned vehicle for detectives. We'll continue to do so as the unmarked fleet continues to age. The plan is to reduce our fleet to the most efficient level as possible. So the public can be aware that money, the way we did that was we took, again, 2 or 3 used cruisers or unmarks, traded them towards used unmarks. And they were just newer, less used unmarks. That money came from LET funds, so not out of taxpayer. So all those replacements, we managed to replace our unmarked fleet, which is much needed, at no expense to the taxpayer. So, and they're cars that are probably 3 years old, 4 years old, with maybe 30 to 40,000 miles. And those are used by our detectives and special unit stuff. So they're outfitted with detective-like equipment in them. Let's see, took giant steps to enhance our overall reputation. We're working to reestablish trust and respect between us and the community by being present, introducing ourselves in person to you. I know for any who notice, the deputy chief and I, at the very least, try to be at every council meeting and as many other meetings as we can possibly make it to. We're asking the same of our staff. Everybody is asked to get out of their cars and interact with people rather than just driving by. So we will continue to work on that. Grants allowed us to obtain and install additional traffic control radar signs and monitoring equipment. More grants recently received to do the same. We continue to aggressively seek out grants. In fact, we had a conversation today between myself, the deputy chief, and the lieutenants about potential upcoming grants. We try to snag as many of those as we possibly can. So continue to use the COPS grant. I'm certain you guys are familiar with the COPS grant. The COPS grant was a grant I wrote a little over 3 years ago, and I'm proud to say we were only one of 2 municipalities at that time that were awarded that grant for $375,000. That $375,000 went towards 3 police officers. Like many grants, you had this sort of a taper off grant. So you start out, the bigger burden is on the feds paying for those 3, but by the end of 3 years, the bigger burden's on us. And then year 4, which is what we're coming into, is 100% on us. That's the deal. So they gave us $375,000, which sustained a large portion of 3 officer salaries. So I believe I got one more request that I can make from that grant, and it's over. So we've exhausted that funds.
Is there any sustaining grants from DOJ for that?
I keep looking for those. One caveat with the COPS grant is you can't get one when you have one.
Right. Okay.
So I will more aggressively be looking through that again once this one is expended. So once we sign off, I think the next quarter will be the end of that. And then I'll be looking for that again. So
this one is one that's concerning to me just because like when we were voting on this, we still had ARPA dollars and things like that was more unrestricted, and we don't have that anymore. And so I'm concerned about, and I was concerned then, and I abstained from this vote.
As to get the grant?
Yes,
yeah.
Because I didn't feel like it was responsible for us in the financial situation we were in to increase funding, which we would have to adopt or pay back.
Yeah.
So there's some concern there.
Yeah, and I know we're contractually obligated to keep them on for the next 2 years, I think. But I guess my question is, the fire chief also spoke about a grant similar to this, and they decided to not go with it. I'm curious, like, if we didn't get these 3 positions, would we be not in line with like practice of having enough people, or?
So again, what we operate on is we have, coming into this year, we have a total of what we call 35 sworn. That's going down to 34 sworn. What 34 does is it allows us to have basically 4 officers and a supervisor per shift. That's the extent of it, based on their 4 on 2 off schedule. So these 3, the 3 that are covered by the grant, based on the way things have worked out, are very high up now in the seniority chain. There's little to no risk of losing them to that grant, right? You're not going to lose them. They have got to have a dozen people under them.
So we lose patrol officers.
If we lose them, it won't be them. Yeah. We lose them. So the one that, again, the one that's being cut, the FTE that's being cut is a non-existent person at this point. We had 2 hired that we were planning on sending to an academy. Both of them didn't make it for one reason or another. One chose not to, one didn't make it. And that wasn't because of us, that was because they failed the standards required to get into the academy or chose not to go. That put us very much behind, because in trying to hire officers today, we don't dictate when the academies start. That's all on the state. So now what we're trying to do, because of the way post requires us to do things, nobody can be an officer until you complete a full-time 800-hour academy. You used to be able to do part-timers. Part-timers could, I think it was, when I went through, it was like a 120-hour academy, and then you could cover shifts. If you're hired within a year, the municipality must send you to the full-time academy. Now it's just full-time academy. What happens with that is we don't know the people who are applying. You don't know. Back in the day, you could sort of vet out your candidates by having them work, and you could tell their work ethic, whether or not there was a good fit. To hire them straight from a list doesn't help us vet anything. So what we're doing is we hired 2 ahead of time. They don't have arrest powers, but we can certainly preload some training into them, and we can certainly get a feel for whether or not they want to do it, and they can get a feel for whether or not they want to do it. And like I said, in this particular case, as sad as it is, the plan we used worked. Because once they go off to an academy, that's full-time pay for someone not here. And that's 6 months. 6 months of full-time pay and benefits for someone we don't get any benefit from. So it worked out as we had hoped. They vetted out. One didn't want to do it, but because we didn't waste 6 months academy on that person, or spend 6 months on the academy. Then they worked for 2 months and realized, I don't want to do it. And we just put all that money into them. And then the other one, again, we didn't waste any money because they just didn't pass the tests. So we saved a lot. So we spent a lot to get them, because that's the way life is now. The gear is expensive, but we didn't spend 6 months paying them.
I guess I have a question with, adding 3 full-time positions is a lot for any department. And were you understaffed when you put the grant in? And so now you're appropriately staffed?
Yes. Yep. We're not fully staffed, but we're not in dire straits either. At that point in time, we're in a far worse situation. So the rules of the grant were you could call layoff employees back, or you could add. So it was a community policing grant was the gist of it. You could hire for community policing related purposes. So we were short that many. So those 3 qualified. In fact, the 2 most senior are sort of static. Though the third one is the third name assigned to that, because 2 others didn't make it. They left on their own or whatever. So it's a third name. He's actually a transfer that we took from Amherst PD. He had about 10 years on. He's now a detective for us. So it's been an absolute win for us, veteran officers.
So somebody goes to the academy for 6 months, full-time pay, full benefits. Isn't there a quid pro quo involved? And there isn't?
Well, we've tried this for years. We try to reduce. Now, sometimes, back in the day, it was instituted, like you must pay back. And then
Or you're
get that money.
Commit for X amount of time to the department.
Get the money. You know, you go after them, you can't. So bottom line is, it's a great plan, but there's nothing you can get back from them. We also tried an alternative of, we're only going to pay academy recruits 90%. Right? So we're saving 10%, and that was found to be a violation of contract. Federal labor laws, state labor laws, they were very clear, you can't do that. And like I said, procedurally, realistically speaking, if I went through an academy and 2 months later, I didn't want to do this job, you want your money back? I don't have it. I'm not working. I stopped working. So I'll get it to you when I can. It's not a reasonable thought. So will some pay it back? Maybe, but most of them just walk off into the sunset and leave us hanging.
So sorry, I have a question. Am I misunderstanding that the 3 officers that we hired with the COPS grant are not 3 like entry level? We ended up hiring like a 10-year veteran.
Yes.
And
one
10-year veteran.
2 were brand new, so we sent them through the academy.
And the other 2 are brand new. And are those 2 still with us?
Yes.
And those 2 are still with us. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the other ones were entry level.
I feel like I
before
remember
this last
when
one
they were hired.
Yeah, the 2 before the last one were, well, actually not. One wasn't quite entry level because he had worked for Northampton for a little while. He went through their training program, didn't make it through their training program. We gave him a shot. He didn't make it through our training. So, and then the one that came from Amherst, yeah, he had close to 10 years, I think. Yeah, 14. Yeah. So
And
he's
he's still with us.
He's still with us.
So we still have 2 of the 3?
We got 3 of the 3.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 that are covered by the grant now.
Yeah.
They're with us right now.
Okay.
So I'll just keep going on the list. We utilize funds from the bulletproof vest grant to offset cost of vest purchases. We keep that going. The deputy chief maintains that. That's one that I had gotten years ago that we keep going. So any bulletproof vest that we buy, the feds pay us half. So we don't, the residents don't have to pay all of it. We continue and apply for and receive significant grant funding to assist in paying for our dispatch operation. One of the really good things that the state did relatively recently was they started giving additional money for agencies that have co-response programs. And I believe that was up to about 35,000 more than what we were used to seeing. So I tripped over that when I'm reading, because I had done that grant for years. And I said, wait a minute, what is this? And I reached out to the top of 911. They said, send us your stats. And we sent them in and we got another $35,000 for that. So again, we're constantly looking for that to try to offset costs. We are constantly, again, another thing, we're working to attract a more diverse applicant pool so as to properly represent the community we serve. This was a promise I made from the beginning. I still intend to work in that direction. We've made baby steps, but our mind is still focused that way. We utilize work crews from the Franklin County House of Correction to freshen up many areas throughout the building at a cost of just materials, which is paint. We have, yep.
So, I'm guessing inmates from the House of Correction, they don't get a work stipend or anything?
That's not up to us. I don't know. We put in work orders and they come and their team brings them over and we buy them snacks. We'll buy them coffees and whatever they can have. But they've done a lot of work for us. They painted a lot of areas around our building. So it's part of their work outside program. We've observed what we believe is steady increases in morale, security, and confidence amongst our employees. We revamp, reorganize various.
Sorry, I want to address that one too. So, I am wondering, because I don't want to gloss over the fact that we had major issues within our police department in the last, 5 to 8 years. And, it's obviously under new leadership now. But I do think it's really important that we have a structured way that we're understanding how culture has shifted within the department. So I'm wondering if you can talk about that one, that like, how are you evaluating that culture and morale has shifted? because just from my initial years on council and the things that I heard from people within the department, from the public, we had a major culture problem. And so I'd love to know that, like, what the actual things are being done to implement new culture and confidence.
So a lot of what we do actually, it starts right in the interview process. And we have invited many new faces, certainly a more diverse group to the panel. And we don't want to necessarily be the final decision makers as to who we're bringing into our police department. We've had members of public safety sit in, and we welcome that very much. We've had other general residents sit in. We've had the chief of staff, Aaron Anhalt, has sat in. And prior to her, Danny would sit in on those interviews and offer up their opinions as we do our interviews. I think we've gotten alone, just that step alone, a better product out of that. We're looking at it from drastically different directions than what we had previously been looking at a good candidate for. An example of one of the most recent was I sat in on the interview and I was amazed at how much this young man spoke of community policing. I mean, to the actual depths of community policing. And I was overwhelmed. I said, this is perfect. This is what we're looking for. We also call it's what we call our QA stuff. We're watching our officers work through the use of their body cams. We also spend a lot of time with them. We speak with them. Communication is obviously key. We don't know what's going on unless we have that. And we have to gauge a lot based on that. So when we're watching our officer working through their body cam, we can see just how respectful they are. I have been getting this last couple of weeks alone, and I noted in this list is I have been getting constant praise for the patience that our officers have been exhibiting while on very critical types of calls. One of the most recent was from hospital staff actually in the crisis unit who praised our officers for deploying the de-escalation tactics that they did and successfully resolved an otherwise chaotic situation. So I take those things and we take those things and we meet as a command staff regularly, and that's our gauge. And again, we talk about the calls that our officers have been on. We take into account the praises that we receive. We also take into account very simple stuff, which is noted in here. We have our special response team. Our special response team has been deployed several times for some pretty nasty things. 100% of the time we got through these calls with zero injuries. Absolutely zero injuries. So in showing up on these calls, I know that mine, as well as the deputy chief's first words are, take your time. Take your time. There's no rush to get through this right now for everybody's sake. So it's arguably top to bottom. Yeah, we rely on a lot of outside opinion to tell us who. I've also asked, and I'll continue to do so, is it is not our police department, it is the city's police department. So we're always looking. We hopefully will be hiring some in the future, and we need help with that. So I've said it before very openly that if white males are trying or are the only ones recruiting, we're probably going to get white males. So I need help. I need other people to help with the recruiting into this police department. If we're ever going to get successful in making it more diverse, number one, we need to make people feel comfortable to come and do that job. It's tough. It's tough, but we want to do it. So we're not going to give up on that. And again, things seem to be calmer, seem to be praised for politeness quite often, and certainly praised for patience, which I think patience is probably the most important because that's what's really going to solve the problems. We need to take the time. Patience, in translation for police work, costs money. So just something to keep in mind. You know, our bosses, my bosses, his bosses, I know this from 30 years ago, you better get done with that call. The only thing they cared about was you getting done with the call you're on right now. They didn't care what you did. They didn't care how you did it. They just want you to get on to the next call so that they didn't have to go on a call. So it was hurry up. And there was no compassion. There was none of that stuff. We're not asking for that now. We're asking, take that extra time. We'll figure the rest out. The administration will figure out how to pay for it. We need you to stay. And they're doing it. They are doing it every day. So
Thank you.
yep. We've revamped, reorganized various reporting process to ensure efficiency, post-compliance, FOIA compliance, et cetera. We've updated training programs for both officers and dispatchers, which are designed to maximize efficiency and effectiveness while ensuring any potential liabilities are reduced. Training is the key for us across the board. Relationships between the PD and other departments are better than I've ever seen. The fire chief and I talk a lot. We talk often, and we both know, and the deputy chief here knows what it used to be like on the inside. And the two departments were not very friendly toward each other. It is not that way right now. So we have worked hard as individuals to kind of work better together. And he outlined a couple of key calls that just happened as of today, whereas by virtue of how we do business, the police were there first, started stuff. The collaboration then ensues immediately after that, and lives are saved. This is what's happening. He gave you a day. This is a daily thing. So we are working together like never before, and the community is reaping the benefits of that. We reduced our insurance costs by 6% due to having an active body camera program, and because we're accredited, the max savings is 7%. The deputy chief went to work on that and ensured that. We did just get reaccredited for 3 years. That's a ton of work. I was happy to say I had just recently signed my first U visa. If anybody's not familiar with what a U visa is.
Question about the accreditation.
Yep.
It's not a small bill to become accredited, so what are we gaining from that?
That's a good question. Bragging rights? I don't know.
How does that benefit the residents?
You know, what it ensures the residents of Greenville is that we're doing everything based on best practice. That's an absolute certainty. So because we are audited regularly by the Accreditation Commission, it says you must do this way. We must do it that way. And then we have to provide proofs to the administrator or the Accreditation Commission that we do it that way. So what that ensures is that you can trust that what we're doing is based on current best standards, right? And that's everything. There's so much. Like one example is the generator. As weird as this may sound, every time we go to do even down to certification to accreditation, the generator is the first thing. We need to have an active generator, and we need to have proofs that the self-tests have been performed and that the generator is working. But it goes into literally how we interact with citizens, the training that we receive to react and handle calls involving residents, right? So it's literally every single bit of what we do. Prior to us being accredited, we made our own policies and just lived by it. And we can write whatever we want for policies. I mean, with obvious limitations, but this upholds a standard of policing that we must do, or we don't get reaccredited. So for us, we say that all the time. The individual person, I guess it's just bragging rights, but truly, you're getting a bona fide professional police department. We used to, back when we were coming up through the ranks, we would admire Amherst PD. Because Amherst PD was like the only PD around here that was accredited. And everywhere you went, you're like, well, that's Amherst. They're accredited. Well, we are that. And we can say that we are accredited. Everything we do is checked and rechecked to ensure we're doing it correctly.
So it's not required to be accredited.
No.
And is that, I think the fire chief was saying something about they were moving their processes to in-house this year. Is that something you considered?
Hiring process?
No, the accreditation, the policy making.
We do all our own policies anyways, but what we do is our policies have to then conform to their standards, right? We write them. And so the way accreditation works is, I believe there's maybe 700 criteria that you must meet. But we have thousands, right? So at minimum, we must meet what accreditation says is these 700 things. But there are so many other things that we have for policies and procedures and regulations. We have rules and regs. We have all that other stuff. But, you know, other things like accreditation, the accreditation has very strict standards on how we process property and evidence, right? So, and they check it. So we got to have cameras on it. We got to make sure that there's the access to that property room is limited. So we've seen across the state, including our own drug labs, stuff happen. Can't happen here. It would be seen. It would be, we'd be able to, like, for example, I'm the chief, I don't have a key to it. And I don't want to, right? So we have people trained to manage a property room. They're the only ones that have access to it. The system will not allow anybody else into that room. And that's one of, again, hundreds of criteria that we must stay within, you know, accreditation standards.
And how long have we been accredited for?
I believe we're on 6 years. Before that, we had 3 years of what was called certification, which is sort of your pre-accreditation. I think this is our second re-accreditation that we just achieved.
Councilor Webb, I believe that the accreditation, it's the promotional process that the fire chief was talking about.
Okay.
That they were going to be doing in-house
Gotcha.
due to cost.
Okay.
The police department does a promotional process
do it.
in-house with no charge.
That was a civil service regulation.
Yeah.
Right, so prior, when we were civil service, we had to utilize state HR, right? Now we have local control over it. But even then, we have to conform to accreditation standards. There are certain things, and we have to conform to charter standards and all those. There's a lot of stuff we have to.
And I do think I remember when we were in the like pre-certification process that there is something about the accreditation that does like help with our liability. And there's, it was 5 years ago.
And the new post-commission requirements for that as well.
Right, so there's like a cost benefit of it to us as well as, yeah, I mean, I remember like, it's true, they were just writing their own policies and like how they would investigate internally was just like up to a department on their own. And this process provides a list, and there was like a percentage that you had to adhere to, like even to get through it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm digging 5 years back in my brain, but it was a topic of discussion when we were just like trying to get
But it is cost saving.
In the end, it was cost saving. If I'm remembering correctly, there's like a liability element to it, that the city has a much higher liability threshold if we're not accredited.
It's not something that we experience in that cost saving, but what we do experience is a professional police response. In all capacities, it has to be that way. Just to carry, so like I said, I just signed our first U visa. U visa is for a non-resident, non-citizen, non-registered citizen who has been the victim of domestic violence. And by signing that U visa, that person can be allowed to stay while they figure this stuff out. So it's a long process. It's sad to say it. I think talking upwards of a decade it could take for the ultimate process, but it was interesting to see one of them come through the little city of Greenfield. So we merged animal control. This is with the help of the mayor and again Sheriff Streeter. It made a lot of sense for us to take animal control off our books and transfer that to the sheriff's department. She's got a large cadre of employees in animal control, and they do a much better job. They have the facilities, they have everything they need, and Leslie Clucci, for those who haven't met her, is absolutely amazing. She does a great job. And so far, we just met a couple weeks ago. It's a great relationship that we have. So glad we did that. The new locker project is another thing that we check off the list of completed. Report station areas were freshened up again at virtually no cost there. EV charger, happy to say, has been installed, and the new EV truck, which we have labeled our rapid response unit, is actually working and out and about. I drove that truck last week, and OMG, that thing is amazing. It's something. There was a lot of questions when we started talking about an electric vehicle as to whether or not it would work for police purposes. Now, we haven't seen it in all seasons yet, and we will, but so far the report from those assigned to it are they never use more than about 20%. So, and with the charger that we have, I'm not fearing electric vehicles at all. It seems pretty good. So my personal opinion is I think we need, because the infrastructure is very expensive, I think we need a bit of a mix, right? So in order for us to reasonably operate, we need a good share of hybrids, probably internal combustion and electric. And I think that would help us get through maintenance issues.
So rapid response unit, could you explain that?
So we have had over the years, hopefully, honestly, hopefully we don't have to use it often, because what that means is there's some serious incident taking place. But we've had things like microbursts. Yeah, thank you. Trying to think of that. Microbursts where trees down, lines down, stumps up, and it's straight utter chaos throughout the city. DPW comes out with street closures, but we're always out there first. Same thing we're talking about with the fire response thing. We're rolling already, right? This truck is being outfitted with things like police tape, stanchions, expandable road closed signs, all of those things to secure scenes, right? So quickly, so that people can be safe. If there are down lines, we don't want you driving down that street. This truck is going to be a rapid deploy to that because it's a truck. It's the first truck we've had, and it's got a lot of equipment in the back. More cones than a normal car has. Again, more police tape to tape off streets if we need to. But we're still building a list of what would make sense in this. Another important part of this rapid response truck is we had a situation, sadly, a couple of years back where a person passed away in the driver's seat of their car on Federal Street. And we don't want people to see that. You don't want to see that, right? So a couple years back, through a grant I had written, we bought what we call our scene screens. They're about 8 foot high and 16 feet long, and we can configure them in a U's or we're going to close. That truck has these. So when we have, again, hopefully never, but if we have a situation like that, we can sort of block that off from view. We had another situation where a motorcycle accident on the trail basically amputated a leg. And we can't have motorists looking at that. We ended up having another accident, I think, during the middle of that because people are too inclined to watch. And you just don't want to expose people to that. So this truck will be outfitted with all that stuff to hopefully reduce that kind of stuff.
So it's basically responding to, physically dangerous situations.
It's securing scenes and securing roads. Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the onset of the incident, and then we wait for DPW or other resources to get there to make the better plan.
Right.
Or immediate plan, I guess.
The way it works is DPW then show up, they'll push our stuff aside and put their stuff up.
Right.
Right. And then we can go back and collect our stuff and get back, but we can get there quick and hopefully save somebody.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep. The backup generator failed. We're in the process of replacing it. Joe Pug from Central Maintenance is working hard on that. That was that's just horrible. We're happy to say through a lengthy process, we promoted our first female lieutenant. We're proud of that. She's doing an amazing job, actually working on her accreditation right now. So we expanded the co-response program from originally 1 to now 3 full-time clinicians. For those who haven't heard, there was a threat to funding of that this year to the extent that it was 16 million down to 4. It's back up. So I believe back to like 17. So we're not risking.
State.
Yep. Yeah. So that's looking good. And honestly, that's a program that must continue.
Yes.
It's in the Senate budget, but it still needs to be voted on. I think the House budget had it much lower, and the Senate budget that was just released, maybe it was Friday last week.
Yeah, and then they call it, it's June probably.
Yeah, so it still has to be voted on.
We're watching it closely. And like I said, we've seen this from start through its evolutions. And I'm surprised at how it went. I really am. It was accepted quickly. And it's amazing how it went from us doing all that and rarely hearing any requests for a co-responder to hearing it all day, every day. Officers want co-responders there all the time. And again, that's their forte. And we send all our officers what we call CIT training, which is in this list. It's so that they have somewhat of a better understanding on how to help the clinician, but they're not clinicians. This is 40 hours. It's good. I went to it. We're almost at 100% in sending our officers to the CIT training, but they're not clinicians. And these clinicians are master's degree, and sometimes we had a doctor. Yeah, one of our clinicians. So they're very good. They interact with us well. We work with Montague and Deerfield with our 3 clinicians, but Greenfield offers them a place. So their office is in our building. We continue to apply for and receive grants for that co-response. We received numerous numerous letters of praise from residents and other agencies who have witnessed our officers' de-escalation skills in use during crisis situations, like I had explained to you earlier. And after that, I just have a list of where I'm hoping we can continue to go. So that was, I feel pretty good. In a couple of years, we've accomplished a great deal. We're not done. We're far from done. And with your help, and I say that very earnestly, we can continue to get this to be what Greenfield needs. So.
Great.
You talk money.
Yeah. I have some questions about salary and wages. The mayor sent the breakdown of employees, and then I cross-referenced it with the bargaining agreements. So I have a couple of questions because it doesn't seem to add up. The police lieutenants, you have Emily Ralkanash and the other lieutenant both at the top step, but they're also making more than what the top step is on the agreement. The top step for the agreement is 110,385, and they're at 111,246.
Because their pay will go up July 1st.
But that's not in the agreement, in the collective bargaining agreement. The top step for 20 fiscal.
Oh, you have the top step for FY27, you're saying? It could be a mathematical error. Yeah, I'm not sure why that would be higher than that.
And then is Emily being paid at the top step?
They will be July 1.
Okay.
Both of them, yeah. The supervisor contract just changed quite dramatically this last round, whereas they'll jump from start. They only have 3 anyways, like step 1, 2, 3, and they step almost that first year. So by the end of a year, they were going to go to top step. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a $1,700 discrepancy. And then for the sergeants, they're all listed at top step, and you all have it at 97,757, and their top step on the contract is 97,178. And that's for all 6 positions.
Again, same rules apply for them. They'll all be at top step.
Again, this is the.
No, that's fine. So you're saying the contract says what?
The contract says 97,178.
And what do I have them in as?
97,757.
I'll take a look at that and see.
And the same for the patrol top step officers. It's at 78,411, and it should be 77,812.
Sorry, go again with that one.
The police patrol officer top step.
Yeah.
In the mayor's budget, it's 78,411. And on the mass cop or unit B, whichever one it is, it's 77,812.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that.
And the patrol step office for step 4. Actually lower. They're at 69,902 in the mayor's, but their contract says 71,448.
We'll take a look at that. I'm sure there was some reason. I have the math.
Yeah, I think this is a time math error.
What's
You're
that?
looking
It's
at
like a time
FY27.
What's time now?
Like when the contract did the math, when the collective bargaining did the math, they did it at like X amount of days or X amount of weeks. And when we did it for the budget,
That could very, yeah, the 52 weeks, 52.3.
Asking because I did the same with fire and his came right at budget with what was in line on the bargaining agreements.
I think what she's saying is probably correct. I put like a 0.3 or 0.4 after, I think, which could have made that discrepancy. So I'll have to take a look at that.
so yeah, if we could get a corrected version,
Cause that's a lot of money to be.
we can put this at the beginning of
Yeah.
this meeting's agenda, so we can just make sure it like is missed.
Yeah.
Leave all my questions on salary.
Okay, any other questions on this budget? Let's see, rented props grant.
I have a question on the expenses. You had 6,000 for building maintenance. Should that not be in central maintenance?
So, yeah, we had talked about that. I think Joe is ready to do that. So, that's the conversation the mayor and I can have. It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It's something I've been talking about with him for a while.
And also on your open financial, you had $1,000 for building maintenance supplies, so.
Yeah, no, that makes all the sense in the world to me. It's actually a request I made to the mayor and Joe and I have been talking about, so that's fine.
Perfect. We discussed schooling, academy, training and physicals. If we're not hiring new staff, do we need to keep those line items?
Yes. The reason for that is that's also what we take our sign-on bonus out of. So if we hire new staff, there's not a hiring freeze. There was a spending freeze. I think that was part of your question. There's not a hiring freeze.
Gotcha.
We're dropping an FTE, but we've never been giving an order that we can't hire.
Okay.
So hirees can come in two different methods, right? So my math, when I requested a sign-on bonus to be put out because we're not getting any applicants.
Can I ask a question about that? Are we, so the hiring bonus isn't contractual?
No, we advertise a hiring bonus on our police app thing.
But we were told recently that so when this came in, it was because we were having trouble hiring. But we were told just recently that we're not having trouble hiring.
We're having a whole lot of trouble hiring.
Also, it was more economical because of the cost, I believe, it was the cost. Sending to the academy, it was better if you could get somebody that was already academy trained.
So the way I had presented originally, I had been asking for this for about a decade. I think it was going all the way back to like Mayor Martin was, why are we not pushing for a sign-on bonus? Because a $10,000 sign-on bonus is a fraction of the cost that it costs us to hire somebody, get all their gear, put them through a 6-month academy. Like I said, that's 6 months of full-time pay and benefits for someone you don't get any use out of until they're done. And then you got to put them through a 3-month field training program.
So where does the sign-in bonus come in?
The sign-on bonus comes from people that we don't have to send to an academy.
Right.
So
they
we
already
hire them
have
and
the
we can use them
qualifications.
as cops, right? So we're not spending 6 months salary on an officer. So
And
by
when
doing
do they receive the sign-on bonus?
in 3 phases. So they'll get 2,500 upon being hired, because we're not going to give it all because they could turn around and leave in 5 minutes. When they successfully complete their training, so when we sort of toggle them onto solo patrol status, they get the second disbursement of 25. And at the conclusion of a year, they get the balance. So it's not, we don't just give them a check for 10,000 coming.
Is there criteria in terms of how many years of experience you would require someone you would bring in?
No, it's all it is someone that we don't have to lose all that academy time and expense.
So they've been through the academy, but they haven't necessarily have any experience as being an officer somewhere?
They would, I mean, I haven't run into that yet. I mean, there's a chance. But again, what we're saving is the 6-month academy salary and benefits for sure. So a $10,000 is again, only a fraction of what the city would pay to send someone to that academy. So if they didn't, I'd be more than happy to still accept that. We'll give them then, if the academy thing's done, that 6-month loss, then we would, with our open arms, take that candidate, give them a field training program and start them. Because we're still saving a ton of money that because they've already gone through the academy.
And is that one career incentive? What line item is that?
So that's getting back to what we were asking about. The question was about academy tuition.
Oh, it's academy.
So the number I came up with wasn't completely arbitrary. We had asked X in previous budgets. And so I was able to use those lines to pay the sign-on bonus. So I didn't ask for any more money. I was gonna use the academy and physical money towards the sign-on bonus, which is what we've done.
So they go to.
That's exactly right. Yep.
So
I anticipate right now, I'm confident enough to say that we will need to hire at least two coming into fiscal year 27. We're down 2 right now. We're not filling 1, and we have, I have it on pretty good authority that we have a retiree just about ready to click here pretty soon. So, and again, we can't predict the future beyond that, but there's at least 2.
Do we have any other departments that have sign-on bonuses that high?
No, we don't, but we don't have anybody else that requires the training. I mean, that was more of a financial decision.
With a training that is comparable in cost.
The cost of going to the academy trained. And Council Williams, to answer your question, I'm sure that we haven't got anybody that finished their academy training and then came immediately to Greenfield. They usually have had their academy training worked somewhere, they've been through that, and then they come to us. So they come with both that and a little experience.
But the concern you outlined happens quite frequently, believe it or not. Municipalities will send individuals to the academy, they get done with the academy, and they leave for the state police academy. I know that, yeah. I know that happened to Amherst a few times recently. It hurts, because now you're a year out. So
I'm surprised.
it's hard to regulate it.
I'm very surprised that there isn't some kind of an agreement. So just briefly, I worked for the Mass Nurses, and there was a training program to be an OR nurse. It cost $100,000 to create an OR nurse, that level of training. But they had to sign an agreement that I wrote that basically said, that, this is what happened, but they'd have to promise like 3 years to that hospital because that investment was made.
We had them, but they never held any weight. They couldn't enforce them.
That's a shame.
So they died over the years.
Yeah.
I have some more specific line item questions. Sorry, it's probably annoying. For communications, you're getting 15,000, but on your open finance, you're only at 6,000 for the year so far.
Situation. Yeah.
For communications on page.
Right now.
Is that?
Now we're at communications, now we're at 9,000. So what you have is not quite updated.
Okay. I did this all over the weekend, so.
Yeah, so they were updated just recently.
Okay. The CGIS system, I said you were at $840, increase of 5,000.
See, just so because it hasn't been paid yet.
Okay.
Right, so see, just they bill us, that'll be coming, and that just went up, so that's why I asked for more. We have no control over that. That is literally that's the federal system that we use to access records, right? All records, everything, so.
Office supplies, you spent money to dispatch. Now you're getting 5,000. And the last I checked on open finance, you're at 2,000. Can you say more how if dispatch is getting some and then you're getting the same amount, or I guess you're getting a little bit less, but what does that cover for you all?
Right now, so the way we've had to do things is there's some things that are in the red. There's a bunch of things that were in the red that we've had to spread out money. Like, for example, repairs and maintenance computers were $3,500 over. And that's because we send money and buy stuff for dispatch. So that's why. So we broke it down. I can't give you an exact right now. There's some forecasting going on. What I do know is we've spent almost every penny of our office supplies money, but we're in the red in several different categories. Like, for example, office supplies right now, we're over by $465. We're over in postage. We're over in repairs, maintenance, computers by $3,500. Repairs, maintenance, police station, we're over by $1,600. So those are the things where when we look deeper into what was spent, that's why they need to have their own expenses.
Yeah.
And then that will keep us in the black on the areas that we need to stay in the black. There's a lot of money that goes into running these places. So it stinks, but prices are exorbitantly high right now on everything you try to buy. Everything's 3 times what it was a year ago. So in an attempt to mitigate that, I had to ask for more. Things are going to be more expensive. Do I hope at the end that those costs can be returned? Sure. But what we have done, and I know since taking over as chief, is we have come in under budget every year. We're not going to just throw money. I can tell you right now, we have what we call the goalie, financial goalie, and we're very strict about it. You know, when it came down to, we received a letter of a spending freeze. I stopped our pest control, our water, we're gonna play ball.
We have a pest problem.
And then we had to buy a bunch of ant. Oh, yes, there was.
All over the city.
Yeah.
We made do.
Concerning.
Have rats too, did you?
We didn't have any rats.
Okay, as
We
long
have-
as you don't have rats.
In the Sally Port.
Ants is
ants.
terrible, yeah. We do have rats.
In the Sally Port, we had rats.
Oh, just
Yeah,
there.
boy, I have ants inside and the rats are kind of.
Little foxes out there too, they're very.
Yeah.
All right, we're on hour 4, so I'm gonna is there any more questions for expense?
Could you say more about policing accessories?
Policing accessories for us, and I explained this to the mayor, that's sort of our last catch-all of expenses to run the police department. That's not said in a very specific line item, right? So stuff that we've spent money on for police accessories was a part for a car, because we're over budget dramatically on car repair. And that's why that went up so high. The reason why we're so over budget on cruiser repairs is because our cars, the vast majority of our cars are out of warranty. That's why we're trying to update and make a new fleet here. We want to get to a point where we're operating with cars that are still covered with warranty, because we're getting eaten alive with maintenance costs because they're not on warranty. So we've had to take from that. But community events is a big draw for that. When we do like the trunk or treat, we have bought a lot of like sensory type toys for neurodivergent groups that come up and come to these events. So that is stuff, like I said, we're enhancing the community impact unit. We spend money to do that, right? We then go down with, again, to get stuff from Bicycle Bob. We then buy additional stuff that our teams go out and hand out. So, but it's everything. Policing accessories is everything. If an officer had something break on while they're out on patrol, we replace that. So that's gone for a new printer. It's gone for maybe a breathalyzer or a portable breathalyzer. So anything to do with policing doesn't fall under a specific line item. That's sort of where we live in the police accessories category.
I mean, 24,000 is a large line item to be unrestricted without.
So what we paid for additionally was we have various software that we have to pay for. police accessories, and we don't have any control over the prices of that. So one of them is our scheduling software. Our scheduling software is about 7, going up to 8,000, I think. We also have another policy software that's gonna be $12,000. So those are good chunks that come out of that as well.
That doesn't come out of your dues and membership?
That was other stuff. We
I
do pay
think-
other stuff out of that too, yeah.
So I think there's two things here. One is I agree with Counselor Webb, that's a significant, that's a significant line item. And we're like, you know, we've heard a lot from the public on the rec position. That's like half of the salary of that position. For what I would request for best practice is that we do have line items that are like really adequately naming what things are. So if you have software, computer software, IT needs, that sort of thing, that should have a line item, especially if they're significant. Like if you're spending $15,000 on software. And similarly, I know you said that there was a line item is it the repair, vehicle repair and maintenance? So
There's also an item for vehicle accessories, which is separate from policing accessories.
Could I just speak, may I speak to the vehicle repairs?
Yeah.
That go through with every repair that there is, but that one particular line item is over in every budget, police, fire, DPW. Policing accessories, also each police officer, I found this interesting because I went up to say thank you to the 3 police officers the other night. Each one of them goes in with their own medical bag that they bring into that each one of them has in their vehicles, oxygen, et cetera. All of those things are not, some of it usable and has to be refilled, but we can give you more specifics on that later.
And respectfully, Mayor, like that makes complete sense that we're over in all the departments for vehicle repairs. I think the difference here is that other departments don't have an extra line item that's like a catch-all. What we've been told in other departments is that like we'll have a financial order that comes forward if we go beyond in vehicle repairs or we go beyond in software and computers and things like that. And in this specific instance where there is pressure on us from the public to address some of the cuts that have happened in other areas, it's hard to justify when like a line item is not very specifically designated for something that already has another line item. Okay, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, and then the last questions I had are, meetings and seminars and dues and memberships are 30,000, which I think is more than all other departments combined. Is all of that 100% necessary spending?
Well, we're $13,000 over budget on it.
But is it
right now?
Is it necessary?
I don't.
Memberships?
Well, I'm looking at right now what it was. So. Yes. So it's memberships and.
It's 2 separate line items, meetings and seminars, and dues and memberships is 20. But
yeah,
that's 30,000, and I haven't seen any other department in the city get 30,000 for those.
Yeah, so we ended up having to pay. So what we did with meeting seminars is we paid for all of our interviews. So both promotional and new hire interviews. We have individuals.
What does that mean you pay for the interview?
We have to pay for all the material to set up the interviews. And then what we do is we actually get like coffee and donuts. It's not a lot of money, but we do that for the individuals who are volunteering to sit on our panels. You'll see they're small, like, let's see, Christmas party. We had a Christmas party where we brought our retirees back. There's conferences, like Judy has to go to conferences or like for the Mass Municipal Association type stuff. You got to pay to go to them. So memberships like that come on.
So also, you know, kind of watch both departments, one alongside the other. If you look at the training and training overtime, they don't have another whole educational line in there. There's no backup revolving for any of these, and I do actually watch to see where everybody is on their expenses for the year. And they're right in line with where they are. I couldn't tell you all of it now, but I know I look and I know you have like 30 people that you want to be going. They have the extra educational meetings, et cetera, et cetera. You don't see any the training in there. So I can get you a better breakdown, Councilor Webb and Councilor Miller.
I mean, I'm looking, I pulled out from the open finance, we paid $912 to the Fraternal Order of the Police. 35 to the National Tactical Officers Association. 100 to the International Co-Response, 239 to the County of Plymouth was called a membership. And then you have your MA police chief.
So that
Mass police chiefs.
The Plymouth one is what we buy cruisers from. So we have to be part of that association in order to get the deal on that we buy. That comes, I actually asked, because I just questioned that too, like, what is this thing?
Yeah.
I mean, no, but in order for us to be a part of the state bid, which saves us a ton of money and that's out your vendors, we have to pay that. I'm part of that Plymouth down. And the rest of them are like Board of Fire Overseers, so that's for Jeff Bankston, so we have to pay his license. FOP, yes, that's the Fraternal Order of Police, that's our association fees, that's not waivable. Like the fire chief said, the deputy chief and I are both part of IACP, which is the International Association of Chiefs of Police. It deserves mentioning that when they did their annual training, which I would say is invaluable, when they did it in Boston, we went. This year was in Colorado, we didn't go. Right, and we also had additional chiefs training out east that we didn't go. It's a tight fiscally, we didn't go. So could we? That's part of our membership. But it would have cost money. So we made the decision, we're not spending that money right now. So the next one is in Orlando. And again, it's great. When we went to Boston, there are police departments from everywhere, nationally. They show up in full regalia from every country in the world. It's an amazing place to go. It's an amazing thing to see and discuss policing with these individuals. And it's sort of, there's more training than you can possibly attend. So it's sort of a la carte, and you go to the stuff that sort of is most attractive to you. And then of course the vendor shows, which are.
But are you paying conference dues on top of membership dues?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and I'm seeing 13,000 for the MA Coalition of Police Departments. I mean, 22,000 for memberships is a lot of money, is what I'm saying, and I just want to know that it's benefiting the residents as well as the police officers.
Part of that, so $3,000 is actually what's called First Arriving. First Arriving is a software program that we pay out of that. Power DMS, if you look in there, again, that's a policy compliance software. So I mean, right there's $7,000. That's not really
you need a software line.
No, of course, but
yes, but it's.
Mary Ann's actually doing a good job calling Max back in.
Thank you. That was a rogue.
I will sit here and say with you that some of them are ridiculous, like the $1,500 for dues and members. Chiefs, yeah, it's crazy, but. Like the fire chief and deputy chief said, there are so many things that we have access to because we maintain those memberships. We get a lot of potential training that we can send our officers to that we can get it at no cost because we pay these dues.
Okay.
So, and again, there are other factors to consider that obviously we are trying to maintain the best standards right now, right? So best practices. But I think that pales in comparison to what things we get at no cost for being part of these. I complain about it every time we get a bill. I can get another for a membership. It is sort of ridiculous, especially when it comes out at $1,500. And that's the mass chiefs. That's not even the IAC.
It is, I will say, as a veteran now, me and Counselor Bottomley at this point are the old timers. One of the things we don't want, that we've had in the past is a department that's very insular and that doesn't, take part in best practices or trainings or, you know, any type of, I don't know, it's 10 o'clock at night, but any, you know, any type of external validation of the work that they're doing and how they're doing that work. And so the thing that's totally. The thing that's very hard to figure out though is that some years ago there was a talk of like doing an audit and a study similar to how, like, I mean, the fire department has a 20-year-old one. Like ideally we would update that, but we don't have $100,000 to do a updated study for police and fire to say like, what is the proper level of staffing? What is the actual level of training that we need to be like in a, like providing the best level of public safety to the city in our current budget constraints? We could pay someone $100,000 to do that study for us.
Yeah.
And what we didn't do that 2 years ago. And so
Stephen can attest that we've asked it, Munis isn't the funnest thing to work with. And literally labeling is miserable.
Yeah.
Right. So we've asked, and I would love to break this down more. I can't change what that's at all. I can't change it at all. So we have asked, and in fact, we almost overlooked the substation lease because last year was embedded in prisoner meals. I can't change that, right?
You're cutting allowances under magazine subscription.
So I would love to go into
Prisoner
police
meals.
accessories and break it down into more specifically what those are, because some of them are services that we're paying contract services. It's not quite a due or membership, but we have to pay it every year. And I would love to break it down and be more clear as to what it is. What I can tell you is it's required, or we wouldn't be paying for it. There's no doubt. So we've cut out some services just simply because they cost money, one of which was flock. You know, that was going to be a $12,000 expense. Not paying for it. So we had to get rid of that. So I think we've been being very cautious with the taxpayers' money, doing as much as humanly possible, not just waste money and spend money. We looked at it. We spent a lot of time looking at it. And obviously we had to take the things that were currently sitting in on the red and be like, we're going to add to that. I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of why our cruiser maintenance is so high. And a lot of it, like I said, I can't reiterate that more, we're out of warranty and we really need to get newer cars so that when they break down, I'm going to give them the Ford, you fix it, right? So most of our cars don't qualify for that anymore. So.
Sorry,
no worries.
check.
Happy to answer.
I wanted to say too, I think that's really, what this interchange is really good and it's really helpful that there's an occasional someone gonna go into the weeds and dig. And you're answering the questions without being defensive and answering all the questions. And that's the way it should be. And it gives us faith in the answers we're getting.
Yes.
I would say if you want to hang out with your chief pal and get his organization for how he did his budget breakdown, it was amazing.
I
So
can't do that now.
not this year, but maybe next year.
yeah, sorry.
I was thinking of it, but no.
You got the A on presentation so far.
He's got Billy
He's the
Kimball working
he's the
for him.
gold star department head over here.
Billy.
I
We'll
appreciate
deal with him later.
He's really happy. Look at how happy he is.
Tag outshine. Thanks, guys.
If I can say, there was one item you brought up about Plymouth County. Every department that purchased vehicles has used the police department account on that. So
Cool.
it's
That's
not
good to know.
just police department in that particular small line item. So
Cool. Thank you.
I'm just like, how do we get that deal? Like, how do we be the Plymouth County of
All right.
where we have a revenue line that comes in?
I don't know.
Like how they get that?
memberships.
I mean, could you, if they're doing the line items for like buying vehicles, like what can info do?
Yeah, we need a new.
there's a tremendous amount of work that goes in that to move with outcomes.
It's not. It's not.
I don't know. It's a whole new.
No, I think what they
business
do is
endeavor.
they took point in being sort of on what's the name of that? Combis kind of thing?
Oh, yeah. So it's like gives you buying power.
Exactly. So we just defer to them. Like,
Yeah.
you do it, you maintain it, and then we can access combines to buy cars, right?
Yeah.
So what we usually do is there's only like two vendors primarily that we use in Mass. One's MHQ, it's now McGovern, McGovern's buying everything. So they bought MHQ and that's where we've been buying our cars from.
And so they're vetted through the state, like Combis, is like
Pre-vetted.
anything that's
Right.
pre-vetted through the state, you can just
Yeah.
go into Combis and like, you don't have to put out an RFP and go through the whole.
Saves our accounting department from having to deal with any of that stuff for $279 or something.
Yeah, it saves a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah. Okay, any final questions for this evening? I do, yeah, I want to thank you all for this. It was very helpful. And I think you were here for the longest night, I hope, of budget season, other than when we get to council.
Anytime you need that updated sheet, just let me know.
Cool. Thank you so much, yeah.
Regular, I think it's monitored.
You guys can't leave yet, sorry. You can leave, these guys can't leave yet. So our next meeting will be Tuesday, May 19th, 2026 at 6 p.m. That meeting is at City Hall Meeting Room, second. We're on Zoom. For the public to know, in that meeting, we will be establishing a revolving fund for the Health Department Board of Health. We will be discussing the community preservation budget topics and the school budget, operating budget for 2027. So also a big meeting, but hopefully not as big as this one. And I would take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey, you're done. We did it for this.
I didn't.